おはようございます。ファステストファーズボールフェスト2025をお楽しみいただけてますでしょうか。ただいまの時間から司会進行変わりまして、箱森黒川担当いたします。よろしくお願いします。続いてのゲームがクロノトリガー 2% となっております。こちら解説の方現在いらっしゃいません。解説できるという方いらっしゃいましたらふるってご応募ください。同数での解説は難しいという方はチャット欄での補足解説といただけますと非常に助かります。こちらもふるってご応募ください。はい、ここからクロノトリガー予定タイム4時間20分となっております。非常に長くですね。日本時間だとお昼過ぎ、おやつの時間ぐらいまで続くので、適宜お昼ご飯と取りながらゆっくりご覧になってください。今回この鳥は DS 版ですね。私も昔にガラケーでプレイしたことあるんですが、そのくらいなのでほぼ知識ないと思っていただければと思います。詳しい方いらっしゃいましたら現在解説いらっしゃいませんので、できるという方時間を見ながらご参加いただければと思います。吹いていただけると非常に助かります。
I could stop, or I could keep going. Honestly, you should send in donations deciding if I should keep punning or not. I see some suggestions in chat, but I want to see those in donations. You tell me in a donation how I should keep going. I'm also curious, because it's something that I've always had in my head ever since I was little. So many of the names in Chrono Trigger of those protagonists feel like they have multiple technically valid pronunciations. Did you call him Chrono or Chrono? Did you call her Ayla or Ayla? Let me know in a donation, and hey, while you get the chance, when you are at the donation page, don't forget to hit the drop-down menu and select, especially for Chrono, Marl, or Marley, and Luca, your favorite name that they could be instead. You have 6 characters instead of the original 5 from the Super Nintendo, so tell me your favorite pronunciation, your proper pronunciation for those character names, and also make a donation for the name of your choice. Yes, thank you, chat. Frog or frog, Robo or Robo. Yes, there are a few that don't bend in the same way. While we have the chance and we're getting set up for that any % Chrono Trigger DS run, I'd also like to say that we are thrilled to be working with 2 different foreign language restreams for Fast and Furious Fall 2025.
現在
The second consecutive event, our friends
はい、
at Furry
ビットウォーがウォーじゃないですね。ビットウォーでいいのか。設定されてまして、こちらはキャラクターの名前ですね。各キャラクターの名前をどうするかというところですね。
Hey, if you're just stopping in because you saw that the
スーパー
Twitch
マ
category
スファイ
is
ター。
Chrono Trigger, you want to see some amazing
こ
Chrono
れ
Trigger
何でしたっけ？今
content,
下の方にも出てたんですが、
Team
おそ
Fast
ら
and
く
Furious
隠しボスを倒す
is
ビッ
honored
ト
to
ムーは
welcoming an open
王
goal.
じゃない。これはあれですね。寄付額達成で
We currently
行
host
われる
two
もの
charity
もあり
stealing
ますね。
marathons a year in the spring and the
何で
fall,
したっけ？
and invite other
プレイステーショ
opinions
ン
to
の
set
以
up
降でしたっ
for our
け？
community
確
members
か。
to get involved and showcase their speedruns. I actually
なんだっ
overheard
け？
as we were getting
夢
set
食
that
い
this
って
run,
いうボ
something
ス
very
が
similar to it,
隠
maybe
しボ
same
スが
in a
い
different
て、
category, was run as a showcase
それと
earlier
戦
in the
うんでしたっけ？おそら
game.
くちょっと名前が思い出せないんですが、 続編のクロノクロスにつながるみたいなストーリーがなんか追加されて、そこで登場する隠しボスだったか。はい。これスーファミ、スーパーファイコン版にはいなかった 要素ですね。はい。あ、そうです。ありがとうございます。続編の方が時食いでしたっけ？クロノクロスはやってないんでわからないんですが。
Chat harping on the idea of, Chrono Trigger, not familiar. Must be some small indie game. That's the ravages of time, right? Because I'm sure there are people who would actually unironically say that, and it's just because Chrono Trigger is celebrating some sort of anniversary that I don't want to look up. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Chat also doing the engagement work for me by talking about how VODs are regularly posted to both Twitch and to YouTube. So there's a lot of opportunities to keep an eye out for very cool things going on the Fastest First channel all the time.
また連絡になるんですが、今回クロノトリガーは終了後、
Alright, my friends,
えっ
I'm
と、
getting word that
現地
we
時
have
間
filled
で
our
は、
bucket. We are
2
ready
日
to
目
kick
の
off
ちょうど
to the
終
end of
了とな、
time
2
and
日目が
beyond.
終
It's
了
a
となりまし
90%
て、そ
run
こ
of
からしばらく
Chrono
休憩
Trigger
時間が入りま
from
して、
Fox.
日本時間の本日23時から再開予定となっております。その間配信中止となりますので、皆さん、その間はそちら、皆さんもご休憩いただければと思いますので、ゲーム案内が来ましたね。あ、懐かしい。私、ちょっと DS 版の方は初めて見るんで、何がどう変わってるのかは、さっぱり分かっておりません。左上に下画面がありますね。
I got into running this game this past year, and so I had the DS version for the longest time, and so I ended up first trying the DS version. And so
単なる
it's
2% となってお
been
りま
going
すが、
from
グ
there.
リッチ等はわかるんでしょうか。
So
確かスーパーファミコン版だと、
time
なんかマッ
begins
プ
when
抜け
I
る、マップ抜けてショートカットするようなグリッチがあったような記憶があるんですが、
click any button to start
それの
here
仕様はどうなってる
before
の
I
か。
start a new game. And so let's just do a countdown.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right.
Would you
5,
like me to? Okay, 4, 3,
3, 2,
2, 1.
1, go.
Good luck. Have fun.
グッドラックです。
And so the name was
あ、そういえばムービーがあったな。
so we were doing like
で、最初主人公
right?
の名前。
Yes, our chrono is going to be capital CHO, capital JOE. So the C and the J are capitalized.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
なんて
So yeah.
なんか、
I-
少女
to
さんになったみたい
begin,
です。
this version of the game came out like 2008. I had this copy of the game
で、オープ
since
ニング
right
ですね。
around that
なんだっ
time.
け、オープニング、 最初は中世か。
We'll have some downtime to
まあ、
be able to
中
talk
世
about the
現代
story, but for
現
me
代
it's
扱い
going
の
to be
か。
a little bit tricky because this game has instant text, and in order to get through the instant
クロン
text,
行きなさい、クロンじゃなかった。
with the
お
exception
母
of
さん
this
に起
text
こさ
box
れ
right here,
て、
it's just going to stay up for a bit.
お
I
祭り
have
に行くんですね。
to mash the two specific parts on a DS. I have to mash the A button and the touchscreen, both of which advance the game. And then
言
here
語の差はあ
I'm
る
going
んで
to
しょうか
open a
ね。まあ、
menu,
それの言語設定できないと思うんで、
raise the
バトルスピードを
speed up.
変えて、
And before we
フルア
talk
クティブか。
about that menu, we got Do we have a name for Luca?
で、幼馴染のルッカ。
Let me take a quick look for you. Looks like with a $1 donation from Anonymous, Luca will be named capital T Tails. With the comment, we gotta keep the brains of the operation in here.
All right. All right. So like that.
はあ。
T-A-I-L-S. Sorry about that.
T-A-I-L. Oh, okay.
Yeah, you know, I think the same donor tried to snipe Chrono to be Sonic.
なんか尻尾回して飛びそうな名前になりましたもん。
So here I talked to Chrono's mom, or Jojo's mom, to get 200 G, and that's gonna help
お祭りに行くと。
for his first shop coming up. In that menu,
はい、ということで謎の女の子とぶつかってしまいました。
Like the memory cursor in this game. This game's got
結
really
構地味に踏んづけてるんですけど。
cursor. And got a name for Marley here.
でなぜか知らんけど、一緒に見て回ることになりました。
Let me double check for you, but I think that one might end up being runner's choice.
まあちょっとネタバレになるんで、正体ついて差し控えますが、まあすぐわかると思うんで。で、謎の女の子のナール
Okay, no,
が
our Sonic friend is
マ
here
リーに
for
なっ
us.
てるんだ、
It's
会話版だと。
Rouge. R-O-U-G-E.
Nice.
With the comment, who better to be sassy than the gem hunter herself?
Okay.
ルージュ
All right.
ログ
I also want to take the opportunity to welcome our raiders from Puritas KRT and from Selkuth Mind. Welcome on into
Musical.
Fall Fest 2025.
で、
So
うん、
right here is a shop where I bought
あ、買ってきました
11
ね、ちゃんと。
potions and 3 shelters. Shelters are like the tenths of this game. Potions heal 50 HP, and buying those makes the early game of this speedrun like a lot more consistent.
もうちゃんと見て回らなきゃいけないんでした。
There's this
そうでもなかった。
a lot of the other versions of the game are
と
experimenting
いう
with
ことで、ルッカじゃなかったな。前変わってましたけど。
RNG, or
普通の顔やこの
number generator of the
なんか
game.
転送装置も広めだったかな。
This one, for this run, I'm not going to do that, and that's due to what I've learned.
どう考えても危ないんですけど、これ。
Random number generator in this game, in this version of the game specifically, it works like the stats version.
で、何の
but
危機
it
感もなく
saves,
中に入ってしまうという
where。it is when you save the game, and so I don't want I picked up this game and learned it on this version, and so I didn't want to touch it for
Sure,
a
yeah.
まあお
long
約束
while
というか
just
当然壊れて
because
しまう
of
わけで。
that fact. Because if you could do it, you'd have to pretty much
で、消えてしまうと。
not really make mistakes.
ああ、DS の同じですね。
Yeah, you know, a 4-hour run.
これは変わらない。
You got that, right?
Yeah, makes sense. Should we do a little story here, Fox?
Yes.
So yeah, quick story lore here. Basically, Chrono goes to the fair, meets a girl Marley, bumps into her, and they hang out in the fair. And then they go to hang out with Luca, Chrono's best friend. She has a teleporter, and Chrono actually tries the teleporter, and it works just fine.
もう命知らずにかけていくと。
We just have Marley go first, and she, with her pendant, the pendant interacts with the teleporter weird, and she suddenly disappears through a portal. And so Chrono is following the good adventurer that he is to go save the girl.
So it takes a bit
まあ
before
ここからクロノトリガーという名前の通り時空を超えた旅が始まるわけですが、最初どこだっけ？
a subtle thing is like it's
最
possible
初
to kill
中世
these
でしたっけ？
three blue imps
違っ
without
た
them
わ。
attacking
恐竜
you. It's
か
pretty
5代か
clear on
5
this
代
version of the game. So
中
I'm
世
not
でいいの
gonna
か？
try for it, but I'm gonna go for this one on the right first, and then just hold. What I'm gonna doing here is holding the X button and holding the X
で、戦
button
闘は
automatically cues an attack.
まあいわゆる
that existed in the SNES
フ
version
ァイナ
of
ルファ
the
ンタ
game
ジー
as
みたいなア
well.
クティブタイムバトル
You
に、
have the
さらに
menu
なんか
cursor
キャラクター
on,
の位置と
so
か
you can
移
just
動要
attack
素と
whenever
か
you want and then just keep a
を組み
menu.
合わせた非常に画期的な
This is
システム
a
となっておるんですが、
fight that you can skip in like
まあ、ゲーム画
both
面
versions
でいう
except
き
for
つ、
this
下
one.
の、あれですね、下画面、左上にある。
So it's one of
こ
those
れにて操作
silly
する
things.
感じっぽいです
So
ね。
And if you're,
右が
if you're
広
not
々として
aware,
る
there have been quite a lot of versions of this game over the years. It's been
く
ported
そういえ
to
ば最初
many
無垢だっ
devices
たっけ
to, there was like one mobile port and then another iOS specific port later, but this is
まあ、ファイチって、
arguably
まあ、
the most
時
different
代
of the
的に
ports,
は
if
そん
I'm
な
not
に
mistaken.
昔ではなかった。100年ぐらい前でしたっけ
I believe
現代かな
mobile and PC, like all those ports came after and like kept all this most of the stuff that was in this version.
Okay.
So
ただまあなんかこの時代は魔王だかなんかが誰かがい
it's
て、
just this one
しっかり魔物がそこ
mostly
ら辺う
plays
ろう
the
ろして
same
るとい
as
う。
the SNES version with like a lot of the glitches being patched. So this is pretty much going to
で
be
どちら
glitch
さんで
reform
すか
throughout the
400年
entire
前結
thing.
構前だった。
There are glitches in this game, in this version of the game. It's just they're not really useful in a speed run, with the exception of like
で
one.
なんでか通してくれる。
And even then, I like decided like I'm just not gonna do it. The subtle thing I'm gonna do with mashing through this cutscene is I'm gonna mash the top part of the touchscreen so I go from one cutscene right to the next. And I saw a comment in chat about ports. I believe
となんか戻ってき
it-
やってきてみたらなぜか
I believe
なんか
it
お
was
姫
SNES,
様が
then
さっきの女の
PS1,
子になって
then
ましたね。
DS, then mobile, then PC.
女の子、さっきの女の子はなぜか
Yeah, we
の
not nobody's really gonna
昔の世
respond to
界
this
に
one. The load
お
times
姫
are
様になっ
just
てしまってたと。
a little bit too slow.
Yeah, every screen transition is
こ
like,
れで、
like
どう
2
なんだっけ
seconds. It's really bad.
And in that chest, I
あれ、これ
picked
で
up
誘
some
拐犯に
secrets
間違え
for
られるん
a
でしたっ
little
け
bit later. We could probably talk about the lore just for a little bit. I
かけ
don't
てきてるという。
think there's that much
Okay.
time.
Sure. So what we find is we are in the past and in 600 AD, and so we found Marley.
正直、
She
トレイ
was
シーとマールと
perceived-
ルッカってどっ
perceived to
ち
be
が
the
ヒロインだったん
queen
だろう
of
って
this place, of
思い
this
ながらやって
time.
ましたけど。
And we got her alone in the room, and somehow apparently she showed up at the castle, and they thought she was the queen, and they were looking for the queen. The queen was missing, but then she suddenly disappeared right in front of our eyes, and so Luca catches up with us.
まあ、その現
And
代
she
では変わって
basically
るの
gives
か。
us this timey-wimey explanation
まあ、そう、
here where,
魔
you know,
物に
they're looking for the queen, but
お
they
姫
found
様が
Marley
誘
and
拐
not
さ
the
れてた
queen.
ん
And so
だっ
because
て。
of that, Marley's
それ
great
なんか、
grandmother, oh yeah, surprise, she's the princess in our
それで、そっくりだったから、そのま
never
ま
was found, therefore Marley was never
お
born.
姫様になっ
So
ちゃった
just
みた
like
いの
we're in
で、
McFly, we've got to go
で、こ
and
のままだと、ここに誘拐された本物のお姫様が、
finding the queen
助けられ、
is
助け出され、勇者に助けられるっていうお
And
話
then
がなくなっ
play
ちゃって、
Rocket
そのせい
League.
で、
That fits in here somewhere.
なんか時
Yeah,
間が
exactly.
めちゃくちゃになっ
Really
ちゃ
good.
うから、大変だっていう話でしたけど、ちょっと完全にうろ覚えなんですけど。
Swapped a couple accessories around and
て
gave
か、よく追いかけてきたな、ルッカ。
Chrono first strength capsule, and we're gonna do like a couple of extra fights here in Guardian Forest, or passed through earlier.
Yeah, so these fights are pretty quick and easy, but the first one gets us cyclones, so we get some tech points
戦
out
闘
of
は基
this.
本、こう、スランドバトル
And
なんです
then
が、
we're gonna be able to get
早い
Mega
な。
Whirl, and we're gonna use both of
最速だと
those
こんな早いんだ。
a bunch throughout the game, but in particular in the next area as well.
We really need this
Wait, then you-
Firewall, which is our first dual attack in the game. We really need it
と、
for this
こんな感じ
upcoming
で、
mandatory fight.
攻撃、まあ一部特技とかには範囲が設定されてて、その敵の位置によってその範囲入る入らないが
We really
あったり
needed
するんで、その位
you
置調整
to
なん
consider
かも結
donating
構
for
重
the
要になってくるゲーム
$3
システ
super
ム
boss fight like our
であってます
$10
からね。
anonymous donor did. That will help us get there. We do obviously have a few hours, but it's going to be over sooner than you think.
Oh
Alright,
yeah, you'll want to see that.
And we
セー
should
ブワーク
cut
は
off
何個かありましたね。
Frog's bid war now.
Okay. We have two different donations to that end. I'm going to read each of them. Nathan is bored sent in $5. I just wanted to thank everyone for their efforts and to Fox for introducing me to Chrono Trigger last year. To Fox, it's been fun watching your journey with speedrunning DS. Shoutouts to the Shade Brigade. And that went to naming frog Hermie, as in Herbie the Frog here. But we also got $20 from one Mr. Shasta. And Shasta says, good luck, Fox. Chrono Trigger DS is an
で、
amazing
今回
game, and I know you're
こん
gonna
な
do
感じで
super
キャラク
well
タ
on
ーごとの組み合わせによって合体攻撃ができるようになった
Naming
りしま
frog
す。
Rano after my Rivals of Aether 2 main.
So, pretty unlucky
あとから
here.
X 切りとかぐらい覚えてるんですけど。
Luca and Chrono got slowed, which you don't want Luca especially get slowed
まあ、
because
個人的にはロボに投げてもらってぐるぐる回るやつが好きだったんですけど。
slow in her speed
まだいた。
stat,
あ、出た。
and that said,
で、
I
もう、
probably need
そうですね、
to see the
中世で仲間になる。カエルくん。
I'll just
まだ仲間にならないか。なるのか
It is over in the chat if you need it, or I can tell
名
you.
前のそもそもカエルっていう。
RANNO.
Yeah, so that
どうに
comment
なる
from
な、やんの
that donation from Nathan's board was actually how I like got into running. Was I got him because he's a really good friend of mine. I got him to play the game, and then I just want to play the game myself. And so I did everything in
まあ、
this
後の
game,
展開知っ
and
てる
then
と、
I'm
ここ
like,
でしっ
I'm
かり
not
ネタ
tired
バ
of
ラ
this
シを
game.
する
I'm
生
just
引
gonna
っ変え
keep
ることも
playing
で
it
きると
from
いう。
now on.
なんか回収だけして、ちょっと敵は気分戦闘はスルーしてる。
So here we're gonna detour a little bit to cut this capsule here. They're originally called
レベルとか
tabs,
足りるんですかね
and so it's just a +1 boost to like permanent boost to strength, and later on there's
まあ、名
magic
前のちんちんわ
speed.
かるでしょ。
And now I'm gonna do some optional fights. I use that ether to heal right there. The ethers heal MP. Regular ethers heal 10, but later on we get mid ethers and high ethers and the like.
まあ、当時はそのドリームプロジェクトっていう名前だけあって、非常に豪華なメンバーで作られていう、
And
まあ、
I'm
話
gonna
題
do
になっ
this
たゲーム
fight
ではあるんで
twice.
すが、
This is just a miniature
内容も非常に面白いですし、今だ
grind
と
section.
生態アプリとか
Those snake enemies, I believe they're called
黒板とかい
Bashers.
ろいろ遊び
On
やすい
this
と思う
version
ん
of the
で、
game, I don't remember what they're called on SNES.
プレイする環境は すぐにできると思うので、まあ、ぜひ手に取ってやってみてはいかがでしょ
They
うか。
drop Athenian waters, which are the revive
便利だな、
items,
この
and
合体
having
攻
a
撃。
few of those is very nice safety, and I'll also be gaining tech points to learn Frog's second tech, which will grant us our second double tech of X Strike.
X 分隊 X 切り思いましたかね、今。クロノとカエルの合体攻撃。
And you know what else is OP? Raids from friends. Welcome to everyone from Jazz Otter.
キャラクターデザインは鳥山明先生です。当時だからまだスクエアとエイクスはバラバラだったんが別会社だったんですけど、そのドラゴンクエストのキャラクターデザインの方が関わってるっていう、すごい驚きでした。
Nice crit. Frog has a really high critical hit rate.
今一回戦闘挟んだのは技を覚えるためか。
So seeing a critical hit in this fight is really nice, and going forward for real fights we need to have them in. And there we go. Learn X straight right there.
あ、高3もそうですね。
And Chrono's a really good organ player.
Indeed.
Reminds me of, one of the Final Fantasy games from around the same era, where each time you play a piano around the world, you get slightly better at it.
Yeah, that's
that
That's
F4?
right?
FF5.
Five.
Yeah,
Thank you.
that's FF5.
That's a good one.
So I equipped those 2 weapons I picked up, and then I used the shelter there.
おすせん前でしたっ
This
け
is the first boss here. I'm not gonna save
ちょ
for
さ
it.
すがにやったのがずいぶん前すぎたんで、
This
さっ
fight's
ぱり
really
覚えて
safe.
るんです。
There's no reason for me to do like any safety saving for it, but going forward,
と
some
いう
of
こと
the
で、これ
bosses
が、
will
ああ、そう
definitely
だ、
not
本
be
能のお
like
姫
this.
様ですね。
Yeah, there's no autosave in this, is there?
Yeah,
助けに参りまし
is
た
no
と。
autosave in this. That came later.
Gotcha.
So, got evil Chancellor becomes bad guy here.
Yep. So mostly here, Chrono Trigger and Frog are or Chrono Trigger.
Next
Chrono
week.
and Frog are going to
あ、強い。
strike the heck out of Yakra.
You mean
全
Chojo?
く関係ないルッカの方
Yes,
に飛びしてる。
Chojo, of course. And Luca's kind of gonna play support, but maybe do a little damage as well. Do we let Luca die? on
反
this,
撃してくるボスですかね。
I
全
don't
く関係ないんです
let
ね
Luca。
ガンガン攻めてる。
One of the other strats can be to let Luca die, and then
あ、痛い、やっぱ
the
り。
boss gets confused and won't.
このスクエアの、スクエアさん RPG でおなじみのカウンターしてくるタイプのボス
die.
ね。
I might get the counter here. Yeah. So you just do it 6 times and then attack.
確かクロントリガーは特に多かった気がしますね、ギミックボス。
I mean, bad Yakra, but good fight. You know what I mean.
だいぶご了承しました。
And so we found Queen Lean. Yay.
ということに、
So,
We're gonna
but-
ignore
という
that
ことで
chest、on the
まあ
left,
本来の
right chest
歴史通りである、まあ、お姫様を救出しました。めでたしと思いき
comes
や、
out anyway.
そういえば、あの女の子どこ行ったのみたいな感じです。
So really, it saves time to like ignore the chancellor there.
で、偽物の大臣
So
も
we
やっつ
saved
け
the
て、
queen.
本物が、まあ、ちゃんと忘れずに助
Frog's
けて
been happy about how that turned out.
Yeah, Frog was like, she never should have been lost in the first place. It's my fault, and he kind of gets all depressed, and so.
まあ、事態は何も解決していないんですが、
Right away. Maybe we should go back to her room where she disappeared. And voila.
I mean,
あ、
you're
そうか、
right,
これあ
but
れ
I
です。
feel like
なんか
Frog would
歴
say
史が
something
変わっ
more like,
て、
"Sus, my
その
obligation
消えかけ
has
てった
not been met."
元に戻したから帰ってきたんでしたっけ、確か。
Exactly.
Especially
で、
the
かっこいい
original
カエル君
Japanese
はクールに
translation
去っ
of
ていき
this,
まして。
going from I know his dialect in the Japanese wasn't quite that way. That was just kind of their inspired choice for how to translate his dialogue.
Yeah, the Woosley translation had a special.
まあ、無事救出したんで、まあ、元の時代に戻りましょう
This
というところだった
in
は
the
ず。
DS version onward, it's a different translation, and so yeah, despite me being mean to him right there, because bumping into him will cause a cutscene, and it will just waste some time. His
まあ、序盤にしてこのなんか、時を超える冒険感がすごくても、
everyone else in the era.
かなりしつこまれていた覚えはありますね、当時も。
Yeah.
あ、そうか、これは回避できない戦闘ですね。一応なんかシンボルカウントとこう、なんか固定カウントの複合だったような気が、戦闘は。あ、でも逃げるはできるのか。逃げるねうんのか。
buffer the run and then just run away. Some more things about the touchscreen. You can actually hit the bottom left like corner to start.
こうなんかタイムパラドックスを使った演出というか、まあ、ストーリーはかなりうまかったと思いますね。
be running away a lot.
ちょっとストーリーのこと話すネタバレになるんで、まあ、それはおいおい。
For the most part,
で、無
we're
人戻ってきましたね
going
と。
to avoid fighting when except when like it's necessary until later.
はい。ということ
Because
で、
this is an
一応の
80% run, we have
騒動
well,
を
this
無事
is
解決しました。めでたし。
just a like the main thing is just to like finish and fight the big bad of the game.
あ、
and
固定カウントも回避できるんですね。
the route that I made for it is a lot safer than like what one would traditionally do for this kind of
なん
run.
かあった。
And I'll be able to explain why later. We're just running past some encounters there with some specific movement to pick up
カルダディア王国でしたっけ？
an extra capsule.
はい。ということで、
That
この女の
capsule's
子
a
なんと
little
お
bit
姫
out
様
of
で
the
し
way,
た。
but it just ends up
と思ったら、
being a lot nicer to have it. So I just haven't like not stopped doing it. I'll explain why later. It's
はいね、誘拐犯に間違えられて逮捕されました。誘拐犯だっけ？
like
なん
in
か
an
反逆
hour,
罪とかなんか、
I
なん
meant
か
to
冤罪
talk
不可ねら
about
れ
this. We
て、
want-
で、裁判にかけられます。
So let's talk about what's going on here.
これ何やっても結局有罪だった気が
You
す
want
るん
me
で
to
す
talk
けど。
about it?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so we saved the princess. We didn't know she was the princess at the time, but we bring her back to our regular time, and we go to the
これでき
castle
ますか？
expecting the
あ
three
の
heroes
なん
welcome,
か、
and Chrono ends up
お
being
祭りの
trapped.
時の行動次第で変わるんでしたっ
So
け？
anyways, what it turns out with the logistics of the game is everything you did in the fair at the very beginning, all the little things like intricacies, things that you've interacted with.
内容は詳しく覚えてないんですけど、凄まじく理不尽だったような気はします。
How dare you?
Or
So
in some
any-
cases, the things you didn't do.
Yeah, exactly. So any of those
Didn't
things.
help the little girl find her cat. Didn't, yeah, wasn't
というか、
nice
も
to
はや何の
Molly,
関係もないだろう
drank
って
too
い
many
う
sodas.
罪状まで
Exactly. Or picked up the pendant before
並べられ
telling
てた気が
Marley
するん
to
です
see
が、
if it's okay.
何気に自分、
So anyway, so we
何気に下の方の絵が
thankfully
非常に
we
リアル
won
なんで
kind
す
of a
が、
not guilty plea. Well, mostly not guilty.
Mhm.
And so thankfully we don't have to do a lot to make that happen. But one of the things we can do is talk to Marley first to make sure she's okay, to get the
Yeah.
pendant. And then this second juror here is actually RNG because it's the little girl finding her cat. So if you talk to the girl, you find the cat, it's not guilty. If you talk to the girl, you don't find her cat, it's guilty. If you don't talk to the girl at all, it's RNG, and that's where it can be guilty or not guilty.
Yeah.
Ryuzai.
On the stats version, the text just goes a lot more slowly, and so it's better to get a guilty verdict just due to having a much faster text, like in this upcoming cutscene. But with the instant text, the jurors walk in from the right side, and you want the jurors to be not guilty because they spend less time walking to their designated locations. So that's overall much faster with the faster text.
Yeah, it ends up being frames, just saving some frames, but it's kind of funny the guilty versus not guilty thing. It's the same way on PC. We want it not guilty as well. And unfortunately, whether you're guilty or not guilty, you still get to go to jail.
And they try to execute you regardless.
Yeah.
And so you can either wait for it and then Luca busts you up, or you can just bust out on your own. And in a speed run, it's much faster to not wait.
Yeah, we want to be
Because
fast.
for whatever reason, we were not disarmed when getting into the jail, so we can knock this guy out.
はい、そして即脱獄と。の位置では良すぎません
Yeah,
か
it
ね。
is kind of funny that they don't disarm us here, but later in the game, there's a point where some of the characters
しかも
commit
真剣奪ってる
suicide
し。
in that way, so
for these guard fights
脱獄
here,
する瞬間、真剣奪って相手を
there's a
叩き
simple
殺す
skip
ってい
you
う、まあ、
can go
死んでん
right
のかわ
through
かん
the
ないですけど。
center of those two shield enemies. And when fighting these guards, you want to use Cyclone. I didn't opt to use that strength capsule. I did like a lot of testing to see if like it would be
いや
enough
ー
to
まあ、理不尽だったと思う。そこで脱獄する気力もすごいな、車くん。
and it turns out it's like roughly like 40% or so to KO them with that capsule. So it's just better to not worry about it, because it doing that right there is another menu, and the menu time on DS is kind of lengthy.
こっからの流れは何でしたっけ？
I did a little bit of stuff to skip.
これ一回ドッセンが入るはず。ここだったか忘れたけど。
You'll get in another encounter.
もうちょい先か。
A small little thing about like stair movement.
てかむしろ戦わなくてよかったんだ、そこ。
Diagonals to move faster on the stairs.
回転に。序盤で覚えられるにしてすごい便利な技ですね、これ。
The only difference is that you do get rewarded that little bag of stuff, and it gets you ethers. And if you get, I think it's like up to 7. If you like get like fully not guilty.
まあ、その子なんですけど。
standard justice system, right?
Yeah, I mean, you get the full machinations of how they've been pulling the strings if you do happen to
で、
be
バトルスピード下げましたね。ああ、でもこの後あれか、この後ボス戦ですね。
Yeah, I don't care.
どんな地肉だったか忘れたんですね。
So in that menu, I did a safety save. Usually for this fight, I generally don't need
はい、出
it
た。
due to the revives I got, but it's just in case. And then I swapped the battle speed to 4 because
なぜこんなものが。
to do specific targeting for this upcoming boss here, and if you can explain it, I will do too.
Yeah.
で、なぜちょっと横スクルムっぽく。
So Dragon Tag here.
見た目で。
Set this on us, and the head is immune to,
これなんか攻撃する場所によってなんか
I think
変わってくるんで
lightning
したっけ？
fire, which we
相手の
happen
攻
to
撃
have
だが。
for Chrono and Luca. So
あ、違う違う。なんかあれか。類破壊。類によって、あれか。攻撃する。攻撃というか、なんか、なんでしょう。使ってくる技が変わってくるんだったか。 クリスタラー的な。
there's a speed element here. If you're just off by a little, like you can actually get
だいぶ適当なこと言ってますけど。
Athenians are good to have in this case as well for that kind of stuff. But yeah, once we get the head down, then it'll be a little more safer, let's just say.
すいません、私、ほとんどこういう重役必死を遊ばない人間なんで。
Alright, there's the head. So
あ、
yeah,
倒した。
so then
倒したけど、あ、いいのか、倒していいのか。
cyclone the wheel,
あ、どっか回復してくるんですよ。
cyclone again, and then you can kill the wheel completely. Because while the wheel's still there, you can still get smushed by it, and that's still a major attack. You'll notice that we get pretty low HP by the
あ、
end of
頭
this
が
fight,
回
so
復
it's
か。
just a very tight fight.
で、頭から先に倒
And
してい
then
く。
the last thing, the body will counterattack every attack with a laser, and so we just want to finish it off with a nice fire whirl. Often you have to Athenian one of the characters at the end there just to make it, but just to finish.
あ、倒した。
If Luca gets attacked 3 times after that first charge, you don't have to do it. But it's not guaranteed at all. It's just, it is pretty random.
男軸みたいになってる。
Alright, so then this is a guard skip there. You saw Fox move, take a second and then move towards the right guard before going down. And that skips
落ちなさい
the
と。
guards from following and stopping and causing some extra dialogue. And
if someone like 5 more guards if you hit it. So
Yeah.
it's definitely
まああれはこれあれはし
go
て
ahead.
No, I was just say, and Marley's like,
助け舟出してくれ
"Mom,
ました
Dad,
と。
I'm
まあ
not
結
gonna
局
have
にい
any
るん
more
で
of
すけど
this," and so she instantly jumps into her traveling clothes and we take off.
You say traveling clothes, I say like actual clothes. The rest of it is not what Marley's about, you know?
Yeah, true. She looks pretty in the princess.
なんか
dress,
さっ
though.
きのこ
And
と
yes, Chad has corrected us. We do, of course, mean Rouge.
Oh yes, Rouge.
Okay, you can't be a treasure hunter in
じゃあ
like flowing
時間飛んで
garbs.
逃げましょうと。
And you know what else? We can't see that Dream Devourer super boss fight without your donations, chat.
So true.
So, for those who have done that fight, I'm going to be just for a note. I'm gonna
これしばらく現代戻ってこないんじゃない実
for
作。
that fight. Another of my saves that I have here
まあということで。
is where
あ、未来
it's
か。
like all
もう未来行くの
cleaned up
か。
and ready.
あ、
And
そう、
it's
合っ
from
てるか。
another run that I've done.
次
I'll
は、
talk
まあ
about it
未来で
like
すね。
if it gets met.
あまりにも金属だらけという。
In like the upper
そう、
40s,
とんで
which
もない
is
ことになっ
not
てるって
what
い
you
う。
should be doing for that fight. That is very scary if you're in the upper 40s for that boss fight casually. So,
All right, we should talk
まあ
about.
周りはミュータントと妄想することだらけっていうとんでもない、
oh,
とん
yeah.
でもない危険
There's
な
a
ところなんですけ
couple
ど。
mobs here, a couple encounters you cannot skip, and so what we are able to do is
なんか
stack
拾いましたかね。
boxes, and so we'll open a chest, text box, we'll get potions stolen by a rat, text box, and if we can get those like stacked up like that and don't dismiss them right away, then you can actually use that to bypass a couple of those mobs. It went so fast, Fox was so good at it that it was just so quick you couldn't even see it.
Yeah, like that area used to be very rough, and now it's just like very straightforward.
はあ。あ、そういう仕組みだったんですね。なんか敵仕事、なんか、
Just another safety
あそこ
save
確か
because
固
we
定
got
戦
another
闘
boss
場
fight
面何度かあ
coming
ったような気がす
very
るんですけど、
quickly.
抜けてたんですね。
Yeah, Guardian coming up here. Nothing ever goes wrong on Guardian, right?
No, never. Now this boss doesn't have a very nasty counterattack, that's for sure.
No.
ちょっとこの辺のストーリーよく覚えて
So I
ない
can
で
talk
す。
about this boss if you want.
Yes, go right ahead. I probably will not be able to talk that much.
All right, so we're coming right into Guardian here. Guardian's a big old robot. It's got 2 bits, and we want to take out the bits first because if you attack Guardian itself with both
Ah.
bits there, he will do a
あ、そうか、
horrible
食料庫に
counterattack
私は
called
ロボットが守
Delta
ってて、取り行けないから助けに行ってあげるみたいな
or is it Delta Force?
の
One
話
of
でした。
those.
Delta attack.
Okay. on DS.
なぜ未来がこんな荒廃してしまったのかに関しては、まあ
And
後々。
so yeah, so that's what
で、
2 bits.
なんだっ
And
け
then even with 1 bit, once 1 bit is,
突
is
然
just
の
alive, it'll start doing something
ガーディアン
called amplifier, which does a lot more damage. And then anytime you hit the Guardian when 1 bit's alive, it will do an extra amplifier as well. So it becomes this kind of balancing act of attacking each of the bits and trying to like get them to die close to each other, and then you just start wailing on the Guardian. And ideally, I think we can do this in 2 sessions. So it'll do a countdown, it'll revive
カウントダウン
the
始まって
bits,
る。
and then we'll have to re-kill the bits one more time, and then do more damage on the Guardian, and hopefully kill him by then.
Just gonna hold Lucas' turn.
Do you wait
相
till
手
1
を
or
倒したらまた
0?
戻ってくる。
She wasn't gonna have her turn ready because of the placement here. I just wanted to be careful about it.
Gotcha. So yeah, so bits are back. So we're attacking them. There's a certain pattern that you can follow in some cases.
Oh my gosh.
Where oh, you got them together. That's good.
どんな子も巻き込めるの
Oh,
かな
nice. Yeah, that's awesome. But yeah, so Chrono and Marley are sorry, Chojo and Rouge are attacking while what was Luca's name?
クリキャの多いよ。
She ends up doing flamethrower because her gun does not do as much damage, and so the
Oh,
flamethrower.
sorry,
helps block.
Luca is tails.
ブレイクダウン、あ、
Sorry.
倒した。
Chojo, Tails, and Rouge.
それもブレイクダウン。
So yeah, so once the bits are gone, we just take them out.
あれ、
and
クロノトリガーでもありましたっけ？
good job, Fox.
でもブレイクダウンって聞くと、
That was really good.
ライブアラード思い出すんですけど。
Yeah,
めちゃくちゃレベル上がった。
I just heard smooth combat and gameplay, like no complaining or freaking out. So
Yeah.
I was able to like hit them with Luca's
でまあ食
flamethrower
料庫は
attack
全
like
滅してまし
3
た。
times.
Oh my
Both
gosh.
of them.
That doesn't happen very often, yeah.
Yeah.
Because they have to be lined up just right to get them both with the flamethrower. So story here, we're we're in the future now. We didn't talk about this, but we're in the future now. We ran away, found another portal. We're in the future. It's kind of derelict. Everybody's like hungry, and so we went down to a stock place where there's supposed to be a bunch of food, and instead there's this computer guardian guarding it. And so then we take out the guardian and find out, well, the food's all rotten. And we find a note about this rat saying that we saw this rat and it's saying the rat's not a
かなんか
statue,
ロボッ
it's
ト工場
real.
みたいなとこ行
You
く
should catch it,
んだ
it
った
knows the
か。
password. And so you catch it, it tells you the password, and then you can go to this other room where really we're trying to find our way back home at this point. And so we're hoping that this computer will tell us where the next portal is that we can hopefully find a way home.
Yeah, so I'll note I picked up another chest with a mid-ether. I need 2 of those at this point to sell.
なんかこのわけのわかんない機械動かせるな、ルッカ。
I do a specific like shop route
もうすっ
that's
かり変わ
different for
っ
like
てしまってまして、
other
未来は。
people who normally run this. Like and so I need 2 mid-ethers to sell. They sell for 1000 G.
まあ決して来ることはできない
But
近未来
other
なん
than
ですけど、
that,
ここがいわゆる
do you want to do
未来の
any
直前の世界。
celebratory thing for our host or any donations? Now's it.
はい、ということで、一体何があってこうなってしまったのかは、
gladly.
映
We've
像で
gotten
わかる
lots
とい
of
う。
activity for character name Bid Wars. I'm gonna read out the ones for Robo, since that'll be the next character joining us.
そうですね。
Currently, we have
1900、西暦
E-102
1999年に、
E-102 Gamma
なんか
from
ラボス
Phoenix
という
with $1.
怪物が現れて突然世界を滅ぼしてしまったというのは、
Along with the comment, they say
ここでわ
translates
か
to
る
the way of the
ダ
hero.
メですね。
Good luck, Foxo. May RNG be on your side. And $10 from Corgiba with no
ま
comment.
だラボスっていう名前ありませんでしたっけ？あるか。
That's a callback to another era. I remember when Arby's and speedrunning went hand in hand.
まあ、それの記録映像
I
が
do too.
ありましてと。
I've been speedrunning since before I was even in the furry fandom. So, like, I remember like all the old like RPG closers for GDQ having Arby's for someone's name.
And Arby's art for the runs. Amazing what you could do with cardboard and onion rings.
そうですね、この曲は、その後も何度も自由の場面で流れてくるんですが、非常に
Probably talk a little bit
印
more
象に
about
残
the
る曲
story
で
of
すね。
what just happened.
Sure, yeah. So we went and looked at the
まあ、け
computer.
ど何の成果もありま
And
せんで
it
した。
told us that there was
一応
another
報告
portal
は
in
す
the
る。
dome across the way. And then Marley was then Rouge was like, "Oh, what's this button do?" And then suddenly we saw what happened to this future, why this future is the way it is from the day of Lavos, 1999. And something happened. It erupted from the core of the earth and just destroyed everything. And so now we've kind of started on a full-on adventure to
後
try
々
to stop that from
何
happening.
者なの、
So
何
this
者なの
must
かと
be
いう
our
か、
future.
あれがどういうものなのかっていうのが、
Yeah, the far out here.
そしてストーリー上で分かってくるはず。
Which is technically true again at this point. It's just far off in the other direction. Don't think about it too much.
Try not to think about that.
ここは中ボスというかボス戦でいいのかな。 戦闘が
So,
入るはず。
along the way here to get to that dome, we're gonna have to do a race, a jet bike race with Johnny Five.
若干そうですね、この辺。
Hopefully I can redeem
北斗の
myself.
剣が入ってるような気が。
Because I failed this
あ、ボスリかな。そうだ、あったあった、これ。
in the showcase that we did like a few months back.
Oh.
I'm just gonna bump into the back 3 times.
この頃からスクエアさん、この
That
ミニゲー
loses
ム
a
好きです
little
ね。
bit of time, but it makes it way more consistent to get the win.
で
at the
FF6
end.
のバイクはこれから取ってる可能性も。これは確かぶつかんなければいいの
Tend to
か。
save at least one boost for the very end, so you can kind of get ahead for that last little stretch.
あ、終わった。
GG's.
Alright.
何のこともなく終わった。
What's a racing game without a little rubber banding, right?
Alright, we should cut off Robo now.
Right. It's
ここ
gonna
でロボッ
be
トが名乗ってる。
dealer's
No,
choice,
no.
I think, between either Susan or Arby. Shall we flip a coin? Does anyone have one handy?
あ、そうか。遠隔系のキャラクターは距離によって攻撃変わるんでしたっけ？
Exclamation point donate. You can
あっ
snipe
た
it
な、
for
これ。
your favorite.
Make it quick.
武器でぶん殴るの。
A little unfortunate crit from Rouge on the one that was targeting her.
きたー。
I was hoping to just knock that one out so to cut
出
out
ました。
an attack animation. So before this cutscene, you actually want to position her right in front of Robo here. It's because the cutscene really doesn't start until
相変わらずルックが電気キャラすぎ
she
る。
walks up to him.
So yeah, we find a robot, and we can't get through this door, and so the robot, Luca fixes the robot, and we're gonna name him in just a sec here.
そういえばなんかメモリが壊れてて、使命が思い出せないとか、何でしたっけ？まあなんか、ね、助けてくれたありがとうということで一緒についてきてくれ
Did
ます。
we
ロボで
get
す。
a
もう
choice?
そのままロボです。
Checking for you real quick. I think from some chat
で、
interaction,
名前
I
は
think the Arby's have it.
I think we can do like the full thing too. Like this.
Nice.
ん？
So is that what we wanted?
Yes, indeed.
Okay.
アービーズでいいのかな？
So fun fact, the Robo song actually kind of sounds like a certain Rick Roll song.
ということで新たに仲間になってくれました。
So you may or may not have just been Robo Rick Rolled.
ロボもだいぶ強かった覚えはあるんですよね。
So
Should
we
I
get the.
say Arby's Rick Rolled. Sorry.
Mhm.
で、この
So
ゲーム
we
と
get
は、
the
3人パーティー
option
なんで、
to, have either
都合上置いていくことになるんですが、
Marley or Lucas stay
なんで置いて
behind
たん
as
だっ
we
て
go to the factory here, and we opt to have Marley stay behind. It's a very subtle reason.
看板は見えなくもない、確かに。
For this run, I'm gonna be using
で、
Lucas to, like,
ロボが
destroy it, and
い
then I'm
た
gonna use
工場の中に
Molly
入っ
near
てい
the
く。
end. It's just ends up being good to just
なんで
do that.
ここに来たのかちょっと私詳しいストーリーがよく覚えてないんですけど。あ。バーサクリング装備したこれ。確か赤いのがバーサクだったはず。
This guy, these enemies have literally the maximum defense, so that's why I'm doing like
バーサク状態にで、操作が不能になる代わり攻撃力が上がるんだったか？
So they're a little bit tedious and
で、バーサクリングってそう別と常時バーサク状態になってるなんですけど、あんまり使った覚えないんですけど、強いんですかね？
an RNG manipulation of any kind.
ああ、そういうことか。
Yeah, so story-wise, we're basically once Luca fixes, or sorry, once
操作し、そうですね。確かに操作不能になるから、ずーっと通常攻撃しか操作しないから、一人分操作する手間省けるってことですね。
Once Tails fixes Arby's, then he says, "Hey, I need someone to stay behind to open the door because we gotta shut the power
ちょっと
down
失礼
in
し
this
ます。
factory, and
ちょっ
that'll
と
open
離れ
this
ま
door
す。
open, but it won't stay open, so you gotta like open it when this happens." And so we're going to this factory. Marley stayed behind, and we're gonna head that way. Now, this fight in particular can be a mix of greens and oranges, and the greens actually counterattack if they're close to an orange. So I don't know, Fox. Do you actually try not to hit the greens, or like is that still a strat for DS?
Depends on this on where they are. I didn't try to hit the green one there.
I know that if in some cases in SNES runs, there's the greens actually give more XP, I think, and so in some cases you can actually be or XP or TP, and you can actually have not enough XP or TP coming out of this.
Yeah, they give more experiencing. Wow, they've really scattered.
And so we're trying to use Cyclone to get multiples, but we're also hoping to end on Cyclone for Chrono or for Chojo, and so that's so we can kind of prep for the next boss fight.
戻りました。
With 4, that's not really like the worst. Like in the past like month, I had a literal 2-round for that fight because I had 4 spawn and I got really good rolls. And that's definitely not happening for a long time. So that right there, we actually just skipped like half of this factory because the boss is at the end, and as long as we know the code, we can just go right to the end. But there was an entire like other half of the factory that you have to go through to learn that code.
Yeah, and it's kind of convoluted. All right, so that was Arby's shutting down the power, and now suddenly like the whole factory is like against us, and so we're trying to get out now.
To heal, and then
本当にロス戦ですかね。あ、また書いた。
3.
基本ギミックあるときは戦闘スピード下げてます。
There's another boss right here, up and coming that I need a lower battle speed for.
相手の動画たちが
Yeah, but
いっぱい
first they're going to unfortunately
仲間だとの喜びなんで
beat
す
up
が、は
Robo
い。
a little bit.
しかもメモリーが壊れてるんで、お前違うって
Arby's is something of a defective unit,
言われて攻撃されてしまう。
in everyone else's mind. Also, in the world of brand new sentences, earlier you mentioned Tails fixing up Arby's. Pretty sure that's a new sentence.
涙なしには見られないシーンですね。
Cutscene, and it saves frames if you are like lined up at the right pixel that Chrono moves to at the start of the next, like right before the fight begins. But I just moved away because I'm mashing touchscreen.
Yeah, it just saves on animation frames.
ほい。
I want do a couple of things while we work through the beginning of this fight. I want to welcome all of our raiders from Risuru, who was running for us just earlier. Welcome, friends. And I also want to let people know that the next character up in the naming bid war is Isla, who currently has the name choice Amy from a $1 anonymous donation with the comment, fire, fire, hammer up.
Nice.
Yeah, no, nobody better in this game to wield a big hammer than Isla.
Yes. All right, so for this boss fight, we're gonna use Cyclone heavily here, and it'll take 2 Cyclones per sets of 3.
なんかずっと使っていきますね、回転2D。
And so, ideally, we can actually take out the back row before they get a second turn, and that's why we lowered the battle speed. And also, there's you can basically, Luca really just sits there and heals and just kind of stays out of the way more than anything.
全然戦闘しないからボスレベルがすごい上がりますね。
They're like so that they don't counterattack.
意外となんとかなってた。
As long as you target the correct ones, you'll be fine. With the DS menu, it's actually you're able to just hit down twice to get to the correct one for the back row of them.
Yep. So once again, Tails is fixing up Arby's. And then we're gonna go on our adventure all together with him, making a new friend.
I mean, for what it's worth, I feel like we're just inventing new Sonic the Hedgehog headcanon at this point. So I feel like
ロコがいたからこのゲートのある場所に戻ってたんでしたっけ？扉も開かなかったんですけど、開いて、でまた別の時代へじゃなかった。ここで来るのか？
So just when we think that we can have
ってことは
4 characters
時の
in the
最果
party,
て
right?
ですね。
Well, no.
まあどの時代にも通じて
You're
る。
informed that this is how they explain the mechanic of no, you can only have 3 people in your party.
まあどこでもない場所といいますか、なんて言えばいいのこれ。
Gaspar says everyone else has to wait here.
でここでパーティー変更できるようになるの。
forever, or no time at all. You know, if you're at the end of time, does your perception of time change?
Question.
Yeah, maybe the rest of the game happens.
スペキオ、なんだっけこれ。
Somebody waiting here at the end of time.
違うかな？だってこれなんだったっけ？なんかくれるんでしたっ
Alright, so then we're
け？ぐるぐる
coming
ぐるぐ
into
る。
Specchio here, and you probably have not seen this version of Specchio because we are so low level. This is his lowest
0 to 9.
待ってか、スペキオってこんなんだったっけ？
form. Usually, if you're playing casually, you're going to see the next form up, which is like the little.
ああ、そうか。ほら、ぐるぐるぐるぐる回ったら魔法くれるのか。ここで魔法がいますね、各自は。
And so, yeah,
あ、
he's
おなじみの。
and he lets us. He
で、
basically
マール
gives
がウォー
us
ターを覚え
magic.
て、
And we've had some texts before that are kind of
で、
alluding
ル
to
ッカ
certain
は
magic, but this is
ファイ
not
アを覚え
magic
て、
attack or affinity for each
黒
character.
のはなんだっけ？
And then at the end of that, he'll say,
あ、
"Hey,
そう
you
なんですね。
guys,"
あれ、見た目変わってたんだ。
and
確
we'll
かに見た
say,
ことない俺。
"No, careful not to turbo," and we will say,
で、
"No."
AD 戦、中
So
世
that
に
we
行
can
きま
keep
す。
going on the run and make it faster.
All right, I've got our
Okay.
list here. 1 to 9
で、
is
なぜ
the
か人んちに行け。
prehistoric frog. That's
人
what
ん
we
ち
just
の。
saw. 10 to 19 is the Kilwala from the Mystic Mountains.
That's it, yeah.
20 to 29,
人んちの棚から出てくる。
30 to 39, the Red Jailer. 40 to 98, Masa and Mune. And 99 is the new.
Oh, yeah. Alright, so we're grabbing some capsules in
な
this
黒は最後に覚える魔法はやたら強かったぐらい
other
の
house, and we're
印
actually
象
in
な
our
んで、
own time now in Thousand
どんな魔
AD,
法
but
覚え
we're
た
on
っ
a
け？
different continent. And so we see the weaponsmith that we actually saw at the Millennial Fair earlier. And he actually tells us, oh, you can get back to your continent.
だから最後に覚える魔法は強すぎてもう一人でいいんじゃないかってぐらい強くなってくっていう。
But yeah, so Fox is
連
doing
携もいらなくなっちゃう。
here, buying some stuff. There's a good shop menu here. And then we're gonna go into the cave and
Yeah, and
head back.
speaking of spending on some stuff, we have a friend Corgiba with a $20 donation to Trans Lifeline and to Fastest First Fall Fest. or the Dream Devourer super boss fight with the
この辺からストーリーがあんまり覚えてないです。
latest JRPG out
なんか
there.
連携の方が強いの
Let's
か
go.
Could not
Thank you
agree
so
more
much.
myself.
Yeah.
So in the
なんかエンディングで黒の一人で倒すみたいなのありませんでしたっ
I
け
bought
ラスボス。
most of my healing
特殊エンディン
items.
グで。
I want to buy more realize later. In this fight, I just was in that fight you can't run away from, so you just have to end it quickly. I set aura on Bruges. You'd want to set ice in like other versions, like I didn't enter the menu quickly enough to avoid that. That guy,
逃げら
the
れた。
enemy attacks really quickly, unfortunately. So I wanted to avoid that, but
ああ。
that's alright.
このゲーム、2周目以降強くてニューゲームができるんですが、強くてニューゲーム状態だと、そのラスボスに好きなタイミングで突入できるようになりまして、そのタイミングによってエンディングが変わるっていう仕様があるんですが、まあ、それの一つですね。あと、DS 版、追加エンディングっておそらく PS1 以降の、その隠しボス倒すエンディングじゃないですか。まあ、そもそもエンディングなのかっていうところなんですが。エンディングだっけ
When you get double and triple text, you can hit right or left on the D-pad to scroll between the type of text that you have. So you can go right once to get to the double text.
なんかやってる。 あ、会議これあれか。古典監督会議ですか。
That's a really tricky skip on this version. I'm not consistent at it. That skipped a fight there.
GG's.
At the save point. There we go. Use a potion on Chojo. Okay.
それがしっかり入れてくるね。
Alright, so I talked about a monster in the cave. Well, this is him, the Heckran. Coming right up. And so just like all of the monsters in this cave, they're very resistant to physical damage. And so this is where you were just given magic,
なんだっけ
and we're gonna let that shine by using all the magic to do more.
サンダー。あ、そうか。剣属性だからサンダーですね。
And so Heckran
来るの
himself
は。
will do a couple
じゃあ合体魔
moves,
法もちゃんとあるはず
and。then he'll do a
ルイザード。
counterattack stance.
とファイヤーでなんだっ
And
けこ
if
れ。
you hit him during that counter
これなん
attack,
か合体魔
he'll
法
do
か。
a nasty water 2 AoE on everybody, and it hurts a lot. And so you don't want to hit him during that. But that's a good
で、早
time
速
for
魔
us
法
to
弱点の
actually
敵
heal
が。
up and razz up as well.
It's also a great time to welcome our raiders from Glitch Aston. Welcome into Fastest First Fall Fest 2025 during our cozy and fun run of Chrono Trigger
歌が。
DS
ああ。
It is. Welcome in, Raiders. All
I
right,
want
so
to let
you
everyone know. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh,
All you.
sorry, no, go ahead.
Okay. I want to let everyone know that the character named Bidwar for Isla is still open and going right now. And that also we are looking to get to $750 by the end of the run for the Dream Devourer
回転切りが
Super
便利
Boss
すぎる。
fight, currently at $85, so a little over 10%. Plenty of time to go, but if you are able, if it is within your means to do so, please consider typing !donate in the chat and giving as you are able to help Trans Lifeline and get us just a little bit more marathon.
Heck yeah. We want to see that Dream Devourer fight. So yeah, so we're using a bunch of magic here. Chojo is doing lightning, and Tails and Rouge are doing antipode, which is a mix of fire and ice magic.
名前、
So,
つけた名前忘れて
so
る。
basically we're just unloading
みんな
all
に
the
突っ込まれ
magic
た
we
ことする。
can. And there's a little bit of a healing factor here on the second round. We're in the second round right now, where he can snipe somebody, and so we'll often use an extra potion on somebody mid round before he goes into his counterattack stance. But yeah, once he's in his counterattack stance, it's a great time to heal up, res up if needed, and then I believe we have one more round to take him out. If we got all the magic hits in at the right time.
Want to do aura roll there. I didn't need to heal to full because I'll only get one attack off at most. Should be the end of the fight here.
Heck yeah, GG's. So yeah, that fight can go wrong pretty easily.
I see what you did there.
Because of the accidental attacks and the counter attack, and also being low on Athenians and stuff like that. So actually, I think Fox does them anyway. Did you get Athenians right before this?
I only had the ones before this point,
Well,
like
that is
the
stuck.
ones from all the way at the cathedral.
Okay.
So
Yeah, so it can
you
be
can't.
pretty
そうか、ここか。
limited there.
Yeah, you can't buy those from Melchior's shop. Otherwise, I probably would try.
Yeah.
ル
Here
カのお
I'm-
母さん。
I was waiting for text to pop up with Tabin and Luca's mom.
年代的には
Leo,
どこに当たるん
so
だ
I
現
could
代でいい
pick
の
up
か。
Tabin's vest for Luca, which boosts her speed by 2, which is a really nice piece of equipment for like a while.
Especially because she's so slow starting out.
Yes. In other runs, like she's like such a big carry that you really want to like speed her up. But in this run, I'm not going
で、
to
続い
do
ては、
that. The speed capsules are a little bit too valuable.
Yeah.
And I had the
どこだ？
freedom to use one speed capsule, like and then just pick up an extra one later. So
あ、また
I
抽選
opted
か。
to do that instead of not, instead of like
先ほど出てきた、そのなんかラボスっていう怪物に未来が破壊されるっていうんで、その未来を助けようみたいな話にもなってるんだったか。
the next menu I have because I need to shelter before this.
そんなすぐに決断できることなんだろう
before
か。
an upcoming set of fights.
All right. So should we do some story?
それでまあ中世では、人間と魔族が
So we
戦争してるっていう状況
we talked to Luca's
で、
father, and then we went back through the same
魔
portal.
王も、ユージャスの魔王を倒しに行ってるんだったか。
And we ended up back at the end of time. And so it turns out that all these portals we're finding all over the world, they kind of connect up, and the end of time ends up being like a gateway. And so we end up going back through that to go back
でも
through
なくなりになってたっけ？
600 AD again. And we find out that the Xenon Bridge is under attack. Well, it's really the Kingdom of Guardia is under attack by is it Ozzy at that point? Ozzy's army. I guess we heard about Magus because Hekran yelled it out as he died, like, "Oh, my Lord Magus" or something, and so we're like, "Oh, Magus is the one who has something to do with Lavos, which is we saw destroy the world." And so now we're trying to find out about this Magus guy, and we can't get past this bridge because of what's going on here. So we're helping out the army here in Guardia by getting them some food, which ends up being some jerky from the castle. And once we give them the food, ironically, it seems like kind of most of the army's dead, gone at that point. And so we're gonna have to actually fight a good fight across the bridge.
Yeah, an army can't march on an empty stomach, but also there isn't that much of an army, so.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it is just a piece of jerky that we hand the captain here.
I had a question from chat. Are there any glitches in this version? There are. It's just most of them just aren't useful for like real
あ、出
time
た。
runs.
誰だっけ？
Also, Chad mentioning how the game's soundtrack.
魔王の部下の、だから3バカじゃなくてなんだっけ、まあ、3人いる部下の1人の、そうか。
Like all legends in their own
ビ
right.
ネがマヨネーズソイソーでしたっけ？ 実に鳥山明さんらしい名前と言いますか。
Sakaguchi, that's he of Final Fantasy. You got Yuji Horii of Dragon Quest / Dragon Warrior fame. Nobu Uematsu also.
海遊マンと名前違うんだ。
And then of course overall directorial Kazuhiko Aoki and all the visual design and flair from Akira Toriyama. Actually, one of the things I was thinking about asking people at some point was if you wanted to put a donation in for what your favorite Akira Toriyama project is. I've actually been playing the recent Sandland game over the last few weeks, and that's been a lot of fun. Not a product that I'd interacted with or a series that I'd interacted with before, but it's pretty neat.
Yeah, I've heard of that. I've seen the kind of previews.
まあ時の財布で行かなくても入れ替えられるんだ。
Dragon Quest 11, all the Dragon Quests. Really.
ロボット入れ替えます。
Really complicated menu. Just need to equip the Tavern's Vest, heal up, and put the battle speed back up to max for this upcoming fight. So feel free to take over and explain this boss fight here.
Okay.
Previous fights
Oh,
were
Sam.
just attack Ozzy 3 times.
Yeah. Yeah, so Ozzy is kind of a chicken, and he just throws things at you and then runs away.
王子ってもよく名前はよくわからんですけど。
Major boss Zombor, and it's two pieces, and
ああ、そうか、
the
2つあるのか。
top
類
and
が
the。bottom. We put Robo on Berserk, and we hope he doesn't hit the bottom too much.
うんガシャドクロ感の。
Take out the head first, because what the head will do is eventually start doing something called death, which is an AoE that does a lot of damage, and we want to minimize how much that happens. Chrono is cycloning to get max damage.
どんなボスでしたっけ、これ。
Chojo is cycloning or making tails do attacks to the head as well, and yeah, we're hoping that to take out that head
Ah.
as fast as we can. Berserk, for those that don't know, I believe adds 50%.
回転切れ容赦って言ってますけど、確かにダメージに差が出ますね。
And so we're kind of hoping that Robo does the right thing, and he often does.
あ、MP 座ると。
It's like it worked out okay here though.
Yeah, so then once the head.
Robo got a crit on the head.
Nice. So yeah, once the head goes, it MP
Wow.
busts.
Well
Nice.
done.
GG's, even better.
And hey, you know what else was
ロボは
just
基本
fun?
的に
Raid from our friends at the bakery.
バーサクで殴る係ですもん
Welcome
ね。
Gonzo and friends.
バーサクリング
We're
さん、
watching
そのしっ
Chrono
ぱなしの。
Trigger DS, and we're chugging along, which means we're also looking for our dream
この
developer
サッキー
super
ハーズの
boss,
ここからが
Today
いわゆ
we
る
met
橋
a
を
little over
またいで
we're
守る
at
まあ魔族の領
85,
域
looking for 750 to get that met by the end of the run. So if you are able to, please consider
あ、遊
exclamation
び変え
point
た。
donate and giving as meets your budget and your ability.
So yeah, that Zombor fight, whoever kills the head gets the MP bust, and we want that to be Arby's because he's the one Berserk, and the other two we have control of. So that worked out pretty well for us. This little fight here is you learn real quickly, casually that you can't do a
とに
lot
か
of
く
damage to these guys until you add
ロボが
suddenly
黒を
control
抱えて
another
くるくる回るっていう
anymore, and they suddenly don't
合
have
体技だった気がしますけど。
I think those guys have zero defense, like actually zero defense in game.
Oh yeah.
I could probably check later. Might not be like.
とかレーザーとかも強かった気がする。で、なんか謎の少年が、あれが勇者様かみたいな。
So like earlier we were talking about glitches. There's a glitch with one of the optional like bonus areas in this version of the game called the Arena of the Ages, and it has a just flat out item duplication glitch, but
別に意外、そう、何でもできますよ、
really
ウェブは。
feasible to get an item you want that you can duplicate over and over. Like you could duplicate capsules and everything. It's just it's not really feasible unless there was like a good enough like RNG in it.
しばらく中世だったような気がする。
Got it. Hey, while you're talking about DS exclusive content and areas, Would you mind telling the chat a little bit about the DS exclusive Super Boss Dream Devourer?
ロボに踏み潰されたでしか見えなかった今。
once you beat this version of the game at least one time, you get access to this bonus areas, free bonus areas called Dimensional Vortexes. You go through those, you beat like some refights with and fights against like clones of like dark versions of Chrono, Marley and Luca, and then you get access to a bonus super boss called the Dream Devourer once you complete all those areas.
Nice.
And so
yeah, if you want to see that, like absolutely get in donations for that. Like
yeah, so
tell us about how it compares in difficulty to literally anything else in the game.
Yeah, since it's requires you beating the game at least once, everything hits really hard, especially with like magic damage. I gotta focus on this.
Sure.
Yeah, the Dream Devourer itself,
抜けた。
I believe, becomes completely immune to, is it magic or physical after halfway?
あの急に入るの
And so it's just a very hard.
Okay.
あれこんなに早かったっけ
Seeing it play
Absorbs
some of
all
the same-
magic and
ねえと
like,
グリと
has,
グラ
like,
は
max
違ったって
magic defense or something.
Yeah, that's
Ooh.
it.
Yeah.
It's just
so
it's ridiculous. Yeah.
similarly nasty tricks to the not necessarily the same kind of trick as Son of Sun, but one of those things where you
なん
don't
か
want to walk
こんな
into
長いなんだ
it.
界隈だと。
Yeah, exactly. All right, so we're coming into.
確かグランとリオンだった気がするんですけど。
However you wanna say it.
マサとムネになってる。
They're testing us at this point.
どう見ても西洋圏なんですけどあれ。
We're going to put them to sleep with Tails' handy dandy hypno wave, and then we're gonna attack the one that's not asleep.
どうしてこんな名前に。
Another strat you can do is put Robo on Berserk here.
ファイヤー
But
パ
then
ン
you're
チ
kind。of beholden to if he like changes targets or not. And then
強
you
い
have
な。
to put them back to sleep and stuff.
Yeah, the one on the right, I believe that's Masa, counters if you attack them when both of them aren't
これ
inflicted
ロボは
by
平気なんだろう
status.
かこの技。
That crit was unnecessary, but
You're not going to say no to a crit when it happens, unless it happens to you, and then you're going to say no.
Well, you want those to happen when they're actually useful. That's
Fair, you're right. The last hit into a phase transition significantly
Yeah.
less though.
ファイなんか属性だと通り関係なくなった気がするんですけど、この間。
merge together, and we got the big dad
Hi.
Nazamune to fight, and Chojo is gonna attack and do some heals, I believe, and then Tails and Arby's are
Goodbye.
gonna do their fire punch dual attack for max.
可愛くはない。
this
But
fight
yeah,
is
during,
extremely
だって急にドラクエにいそうな感じになってる。
you can kind of, I don't know, there's a way to like make him like bounce between everybody,
なんか小さくなったらブーンみたいな。
but
yeah, there's a way to get him stuck. It's
Oh, yeah,
just not viable in RTA to do that consistently.
right. But yeah, eventually he'll try to do something called a vacuum wave. You'll see him kind of prepare
なんかパンチアウトでこんなんいませんでしたっ
Also,
け
I should mention that the damage
Well,
he
here's
does
what
to
Jack did, no?
everyone, I think it's about halfway through his health, it starts going up, and so he'll start doing more damage, and so you have to start being a little more precise on healing. But yeah, then he'll sit here and like have his mouth open, like, oh, I'm gonna do something, and that's when you have to wind slash him with Chojo, and that will kind of keep him from doing a vacuum wave, which is a really bad AOE.
It hits really hard. It's salvageable, but you just don't want to get hit by it if possible.
In short, and if this means anything to you, work your posture and take your aspirin for your back if you need to. But it's the classic charging up my laser face.
Yeah,
To
fire
mess
my
with
laser.
me. Indeed. And yeah, Chad is thinking exactly the same thing I was when this fight started. This is a classic boxer's body. This creature has never had a leg day in its life.
Yep, skip leg day.
But what we didn't skip is a $20 donation from Queedy going to Trans Lifeline and
もう
also
デフォ
going
ル
towards
メ
the
が
Dream
聞いて
Devourer
るキャラクター
Super Boss
は
fight.
なんとも
With the
鳥山さん
comment,
らしいデザイン
"Otso,
という
go
か。
win."
Heck yeah, thank you.
Want to remind everyone also that the
出して
character
物理
bid
殴
wars
る。
for the characters who've not yet been recruited, Robo, Isla, Magus, and the Epoch itself are all still available for your donations should you so choose.
この後出てくるキャラクターの名前もまだ引き続きビットで募集中みたいです。したりたまに出てきます。
Oh my goodness, this might end it. Yep.
Yo,
Nice.
nicely done. Really, really
まあ
solid.
これもギミックボスなんでしたっけ？ところどころかまいたちってかまいたちなんか風飛ばすような動きしてたのが確かそれか。
That was,
Well,
in fact, a real goal for my splits. I might have to retime my splits later for my marathon run, but
Sure.
Nice.
Hey, congratulations either way. It was extremely
Yeah.
good.
So what looks like a sword here ends up just being a broken blade. And
I acknowledge you as strong enough to be worthy, but unfortunately the blade itself is not here. Not,
Yeah,
or rather the hilt. Yeah, you've just got the blade.
mhm.
ちょっと折れた空心だけが残ってる
A lot of, like, some of the tips for like doing the
聖
using
剣
the
グラン
wood
ドリオン
stuff
でしたっ
there,
け？
a lot of that comes from like talking to NPCs.
名前
like,
違いましたけど。
I believe an NPC in the Dorino village tipped you off about that, which is the village right next to the mountains right there. So here's another shop, and there's another strength capsule here.
I don't know about you, but the guide tipped me off on it. The Chrono Trigger guide. No, I'm just kidding.
So that kid that we saw at the bottom.
I think I was young enough when I played it for the first time that I just kind of brute forced it. Wouldn't recommend.
Yeah, some people are like, "Oh, you can stop that."
Right?
And so the kid
Sorry,
that
Alex,
we
you were
saw
saying.
at the bottom went to his house right there, and he said that he picked this up from a frog who dropped a badge, and he was being called the hero. So who else would be a frog other than who we have met before, Rano?
サイル君が。
Friend Rano.
I mean, we've seen all sorts of interesting creatures around here. It stands to reason there could be two talking frogs. There's not, but there could be.
And lo and behold, we find a broken hilt in his little dresser nightstand thing. And on the hilt it says Roy Milch or Royal
あ、まだ
Clam.
か。
But actually, read
取りに来た
backwards,
だ
it's
け。
actually Melchior, which is the name of the weaponsmith we saw on the other continent.
もともと3人パーティーだった気がする、確か。違う。
And Frog, or not,
まあいいや。
Rano, unfortunately, is just kind of still depressed and is like, I'm not doing anything. I see you got that blade, but whatever. And so we're going to take the blade and the hilt, and maybe we can get Rano to help us take on this Aussie character, maybe this Magus character, if we can get that sword fixed.
First, we have to go to visit the guy who I visited in the shop earlier and bought a sword and a bunch of like items from him.
Yeah,
Hey, I mean, such is the nature of making friends, you know? You help them through their things, and maybe later they'll help you with yours.
yeah.
さて。
Maybe they'll fix
で、
up some
これも
Arby's
中
for
世
you
か。
too.
場所は違う。また、またお邪魔します。なんか向こうの慣れてそう。中世で現代か、これは。
Yeah, Melchior here is the
現代の魔
smith
族
here
が
we
残
bought
って
some
る
stuff
島とかそんな
from,
でしたっけ？
and he says, well, you know, I could repair this thing, but I need something called Dreamstone, and that
魔
just
族の
doesn't
生き残り
exist
がいる
anymore.
とことかだったか。
And you know, as time travelers, we're thinking to ourselves, you
You
know,
say
だったっけ？
anymore.
全然覚えてない。
Funny you should mention that.
Yeah, a very long time ago, and we need to cut off
お邪
the
魔しました。
name for Ayla now
Yeah.
because
まだ好きにまだ自由に移動をする手段がないので、
Because there's a
そうだ、全然覚えてない。
the one portal I didn't. We
はい、
didn't
ということ
come
で
out
一
of
気に
goes
過去に戻ってまいり
to
ま
the
した。
past.
Way in the past.
紀元前
And we dropped down.
6500万年前、650万年でしたっけ。まあ、恐竜時代にやってまいりました。
Ambush. Is this Final Fantasy X?
原始ね。
Thankfully, this isn't a back attack.
They get outnumbered.
出た。
And presuming woman comes in to save the day. I think it's just them being outnumbered is a nod for the enemy count in this game being 6 maximum. So I think it's like almost like breaking the fourth wall with that.
Right, they had to push it back down to be a valid fight. Yes, our good friend and our next party member, Amy, is here to save the day.
まあ、ちょっと待って、エイラ加入です
Look
ね。
at that, we
全
actually got to keep one letter this
原
time.
始人の。ケイスにエミか。
Amy.
Yeah, just a few more names to go, friends. So if you have a name you'd like to use for Magus or the APOC, you can still
Yeah.
get in your donations to do that.
I suggest naming the Epoch Tupac, so let's get some donations in for that one.
Love you, Brian
A
Davis.
classic, yeah.
Thank you. I assume, like, if nothing else, that part of Giant Bomb's history kind of cultural osmosis crossed over to Chrono Trigger fans just generally, but I absolutely loved that site back in the day.
I took you can really go fast and try to get that chest and do that fight skip that was there because they come down in that fight.
で
that
も
I
この
just
時
did
代
for-
は、
and
人類
just
の
get
祖先の
one
原
fight
始人と
alone.
あと恐竜
But
人
you
が
can run into the one on the right because it like
縄張り
grabs
争いしてるみたいな、
the
なんで
end
したっ
of
け。
it, and it, I just decided to not mess around with it and just wait a little bit because that's better than getting the fight. It's faster than getting the fight. So our party here is thankfully set up perfectly for this little segment because for whatever reason who you have
聖
to
典伝
talk
説
to
が
to
茹でられ
advance
てるみたいな場面ですけど。
depends on your party composition. If you have Marley in at all, it will default to having her, and then it's whoever's second in the party to advance it. So it has to be specifically Robo then Luca to get the fastest option.
We don't want Marley in this party.
Cause yeah, she like chats with Ayla for like 20 seconds, then wants to start dancing. So it's really slow. You don't want to do it.
Hey, Chad, do you like soup?
Yeah, soup. Soup. Are you really good at drinking
Delicious
soup?
In the SNES version, that's what they referred to it, but they don't actually like completely censor it in this version of the game.
Right.
The new translation doesn't censor it.
Chat, here's what I want you to do. I want you to send in donations that help get us either a character name for our remaining characters or go towards the Dream Devourer super boss fight with your favorite kind of soup in it.
Oh, there you go.
What soup do you want to chug right now? I could totally go for like a potato soup. Or maybe like a hearty stew. Is that still a soup? Or does that change into something else at some point?
Yeah, I told someone I liked chili and clam chowder, and they said neither of those were soup.
I made a black bean and potato stew like a week and a half or so ago that I really like making on occasion, especially in the fall and winter.
Nice.
In case it's not clear, I'm a pescatarian, but a lot of the time I like just cook like not fish. So
So this. Oh, sorry. You
Go
can
ahead.
Buck.
yeah, this area is got a lot of fight skips that are just like on the map. A little bit of peculiar movement.
この辺のちょっとストーリーが私もちょっと覚えてないですね。
just to make
そんなのだった
sure
かな。
I
で、
avoid the
ロックアウト、いいのいいの。
the fight there.
Yep, he basically
で、
gets
恐
revenge
竜
on
人
him
の
and he fights.
巣に寄ってまいりまして。
This zone has a lot of different holes and areas that you can go to, I believe. If you wait for weevils to just drill holes, you can go to different areas. But we're just going to take the most direct route, and we'll do a couple fights to get down the holes to get closer to the boss fight.
So yeah, for whoever like went with the Sonic names,
あれ、エイラだって魔法使えないんでしたっけ？
Amy here is gonna be one of the
なんか
main
使えないキャラ
stars
が
of
い
the
た気が
run.
する。ロボもですけど。
I mean, if you asked her, she's the main star of every Sonic game as well.
エイラ使えるんだっけ？
Sonic, I guess.
I hope she's good in the upcoming Sonic movie because she's confirmed.
True.
そう、なんか
for the
特定の属性のダメージを与える
movie
と、
upcoming.
こういう、なんか、状態じゃなるギミックみたいなのもありましたっけ？
Pick up that chest that has a stone helm.
ああ、
Just have to be a little careful if that
うん、クロンダリがこういうギミックが多いですね、戦闘の。
counter.
バリバリバリ。
That's fine. All right. This is a complicated menu. Gotta equip a lot of stuff.
よく見たらあれか、属性マーク10って書いてないんだ。
We have $10 towards our Dream Devourer Super Boss
イラ
fight
ストに
from
なってる。
Starwind X9 with the comment trans rights and our little smiley face. Thank you so much, Starwind. We're making good progress there. Currently at $115 out of the $750 we were looking for, so I'll turn up the heat on you a little bit, chat. Just
ほ
like
とん
a
ど戦
good
闘して
bowl
ない
of
からレ
soup.
ベルが
We
飛び抜けて
definitely
る。
need to get that roiling to a boil before too long. We've also got $12.34 from the Slightly Furry Beverage Company. With no comment, but it goes to naming Magus the boy. Hello.
なんかこれは覚えてる気がする。なんだったっけ？
And $50 from Motos, going to name the Epoch WF Fox. With a comment, the Epoch is a time machine, which, if you think about it, is kind of what a speedrunner is. Thank you so much to all of you.
We should explain
バー
this
サク
fight.
2人の。
So welcome to Nizbel. Basically Nizbel is very high defense.
で、防御力を下げて強いな。
Lightning attacks, and so we'll
すごいダメージだ。
lightning and then do attacks to do as much damage as possible, and then eventually he will
赤く塗ったのかな？
output the lightning back at us, and then his defense
カナダのか全身赤いですけど。
and so we'll have to kind of rinse and repeat that to make that work. But in the meantime, we're gonna have to heal as well.
まあ、防御力が弱くなるから今の技使ってくるとかでしたっけ？
Yeah,
確か。
another useless crit there.
サンダー当てると。
If Ayla crits 2 or 3, I think it's like 2 or 3 times if you count crits. We can-
Just once
で、
here.
今ので戻ったんでまたサンダー当
I
てて。
buffed Ayla's strength by 2 points.
Oh, cool.
でもこうしないとどっちしろダメージが通らないから、あれは必要経費というか、絶対受けないとダメ
But I
です。
got 2 anyway.
すごいダメー
And
ジ
she
出る
also
な。
faster.
バーサク。
I gave her 1 speed, plus 1 to speed.
Okay, cool. So yeah, so basically it'll be a lot quicker fight with the extra crits and the extra damage and speed from Ayla.
塗られた。
Was gonna fortunately take a dirt nap here. Alright.
Yeah, we unfortunately don't have enough time to heal Robo 2, and we don't need to.
4分の3ぐらいダメージ食らってたの。
GG's.
Nice knees spell. Well done.
Do you route Robo's TP there to not get TP?
Yeah, he you can actually heal him with 13
取り返し
speed
た。
beforehand. It's just it's not worth it.
Oh, Arby's, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, our like he's supposed to take the death there, and right there I did do like a little bit of a skip to skip a text box.
でこの元の時代も、元の時代というか中世か。戻ると。
So yeah,
네, 이
story-wise,
어딜까요? 아까를.
the whole point of being with Ayla and kind of getting to know her, or not Ayla, Amy, was
でも
that
今更気づいたんですけど、
she
マ
has
ップがあり
this,
ますね、
rock
DS
that
版。
happens to be the dream
便利
stone
だ
we
な。
need to make this sword. And so she said, hey, do the soup drinking contest and I'll give it to you. And Choja won. And so we got that. But then the gate key was stolen. And long story short, the Reptites had taken it, ended up taking it. And so that's what we were getting our gate key back by fighting Nizbel there. So
Then
now we can go
choose
home.
Niku.
We bid goodbye to Amy. And we have our dreamstone in hand. We can hopefully go make this sword and get Rano to help us.
これは現代か。まあ現代か。
Yeah, so to explain
で、
what that
直してもら
menu
う。
like that complicated menu is to buff Chrono's defense up a lot and to also give him the silver earring. In the Denador Mountains, I picked up the silver earring and the silver stud, which are like
しばらく
secret
暇になり
items
ますね。こ
that
こ
are
は会
found
話だ
there.
けなんで。
And silver earring boosts health HP by 25%. It's gonna help with survivability. It's not mandatory by any means. If you're wondering what I'm doing here, I'm walking into Melchior. It's actually speeding up this section where we're supposed to just wait.
Yeah, there's something about like pushing on Melchior Melchior and Tails here can speed up the animations and move them on to their next part of the script.
If you don't have
治りました。
Tails here, it would be Arby's holding the sword up at the end of that.
で、これ持って
And I
中
only
世の
learned
勇者
that
様の
because
とこに。
when I like first did wands, I actually
持
did
って
a
くの？
different route, and I like forgot to swap Rouge out of the party. It's
Oh,
like,
yeah.
oops.
2T600 年。中世。
All right, probably time for some donations, right?
I wanted to explain like one more thing about
毎
that
回
menu.
待機してるな、この人
I
な。
gave like the strength capsules I gave to Ayla are not only make that fight safer so that if I get one critical hit, it still should be fine to finish the fight. It will also help with the second Nizbel fight, which is later on in the run. It makes that fight allow me to do it allows me to do a safer strategy on that fight.
Nice.
先ほどのカエルくんのところに。
And the boosted speed on her allows her generally get
まあサムネって見た目じゃないと思うんだよな。
like she's normally like very fast. But yeah, here we're gonna go into Ronald's
ここで
like
回
entire
想シーン。
backstory. So this is a good time for donations.
Gladly. I will take the time to remind everyone that we are looking to add the DS exclusive Dream Devourer Super Boss fight, meant to be an especially hard boss for after you beat the game and complete the optional challenges. So it is the challenge
名
beyond
前
the
何でしたっけ
challenges.
これが本物
It's
の
like
勇者
a
様。
Son of Sun or any of
本
the
物
other
っていうのは
extremely
昔
hard
ですけど。
bosses from the main game, but a level beyond that. Currently at $115 out of the $750 we need, so
で、その
around
仲間
a
の
fifth
グ
of
レ
the
ン
way
君。サイ
there.
ラス、そうそう、
We
サイ
have
ラス、サ
till
イ
the
ラス。
end of this run, so you
と、その
don't
仲間
have
のグ
as
レ
much
ンさ
time
ん
as you
が、
think you might.
まあ、魔を
Also,
倒
I'll
す
let people
旅に
know
出か
that
けるわけですが。
character name bid wars for Magus and the Epoch are still open. Current choices for Magus are Nux at $1, Janus at $10, and the Boy with $12.34. The Epoch has Tornado, but kept the 6 characters, as is the DS limit, and WF Fox, thanks to that recent donation from Motos.
あ、なるほど。
Yeah, I can always like say again. I think casually
なんだ、
you're
サイラスは、
expected
まあ、
to be like
勇者
at
サイラスやられ
least
てしまいま
level
す。
60 for that fight, and I'm gonna be in the upper 40s.
で、グレンは呪いにかかって、
Yeah, I'm gonna be doing at a level where if I didn't have the proper setup, I'm pretty sure I'd just get one shot
で、カエルになってしまった
from
と。
like a lot of the attacks.
Yeah, I believe it.
And
And
he opens with a really bad attack too.
mhm.
これ多分ですけど、カエルにしなかったら、落下してモナクロになってたんじゃないかと思うんですけど。
All right, chat. New idea. I know everyone watching this run right now is extremely RPG coded, is a big fan, can tell me more about RPGs
で、これ
than
カエ
I
ル
can
正式
remember.
化によるんですよ
Tell。me about your favorite
スト
super
リシっていうと
boss
こで
in
グレンって
the
名前
game.
つけるんですけど、みんな。
I would have to. I would like to also say for me, but that'd be
カエルは確か水属性でウォーター使うんで
what
す
my
かね。
favorite super boss is.
Right? I don't know about my favorite, but
で、
like
ここ
Actually,
から
no,
魔
no,
王の
it's
Okay.
actually
領
pretty
地に
easy.
行くの
The
に、このグランドリオンじゃないや、
the
まあ、サムネを使って
I would say Neo Shinryu
叩き切ると。
is my favorite
Ooh,
super
okay.
boss.
Okay.
ここ名シーンですね。
that's a good choice.
Like that fight was fun.
Yeah, no, you're right. Like a super boss that's genuinely fun is kind of few and far between by comparison. Like I was actually gonna say, like I wouldn't say it's my favorite, but I respect the heck out of people who are willing to put the time into learning how to defeat Yasmat in Final Fantasy 12.
Okay.
I still haven't done it, even even to this day.
I believe it.
It's just was too random.
You know what? I've
It's
actually got a
so-
good answer. And it's recent too. It's QLEX 3D from the SMRPG remake. That is a fun take on an old classic and great
Okay.
Final Fantasy representation too.
Nice. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I call it fun or my favorite, but I haven't taken out many super bosses. But the super boss of Dragon Quest XI, the Time Worm, is a very difficult fight, and doing it in a speedrun is even worse.
I could see that.
So, I guess we could talk a bit about Frog. I think I'm the
勇者のバ
only
ッジは
person who, at this point, has done. No, no, that's not true. At least recently, in like the past like 5 years, has done a run that has done a speed run of this game where like I actively
え
use
わざわざ
frogs.
突き刺すっていう。
I think the only other person is I think Rupon2525, one of the Japanese Chrono Trigger runners. Had a route with Frog for SNES 100%.
Yeah, on
うん、
most
かっこい
Chrono
い。
Trigger runs, Rano here only gets used as like a berserk bot. So we never get a magic, we never develop any of his extra techs. and it's just kind of how it ends up working out. So yeah, that's Fox has. Did you route it in this run, or is it's the 100% run?
For the incentive, by the way, Frog is in the party.
Oh yeah.
It's taken from I'm using a save file from like the other like category that I've run from the game, and right there I'm gonna
魔王城
save here.
でいいのかな。そうか、魔王城。
I'll go into that category. It's like a 8-hour category. It's a really long
なあ、もう
one.
ラスタンみたいな雰囲気してる。
Not as long as like there is all endings which is longer, but it effectively is all the DS bonus
もう
content.
ESA はだいたい半分ぐらいなんですけど、まだ半分もいってない。
There's the
ちょっと
dimensional
もう
vortex
昼
is
時なん
also
で、
this place called the Lost Sanctum
ご飯食べ
that
たり休憩取りな
opens.
がら、
So
ご視聴くだ
I
さ
added
い。
a goal to feed all
あ、これ無視で
bosses
きた
with
んだ。
like the 100% goal that's originally in the SNES version. And so I've run that. And so rather not defeat all bosses, it's just get every boss in the bestiary. So you don't have to defeat every boss because it's not actually
あれ
feasible. It's just
戦わないの
complete that part of the bestiary. And also, we don't hear much music right now.
これどこで戦うんだっけ
But the catch
あ、
with
ない
that
のこんな
run
の。
is you can't use Magus because you actually have to fight him. And so I end up using
あ、
Frog
そっか、
instead.
生き生きするよね、
So
これは。
that's one of those big things.
Oh, because he counts as a boss.
Yeah,
またうまいか。
there's a second fight. The second fight with him counts as a boss, yeah.
Oh wow.
And you don't like you can't like you have to, and like the goal of the run is to like just not run away. Like you can't like I need to focus on this fight a bit, but
Yeah.
like
So
you just go ahead.
You saw us traverse the castle, and it was very quiet, and nothing's happening. And then you have to actually go to Flea's room, and then Slash's room, and then come back, and then suddenly there's a save point that's not a save point. And then Ozzy, of course, is the trickster, and so sets us on this fight here. And then we're gonna have a
ロ
another
も
fight,
便利だな。
and then we're gonna
書いて
go
ねえ
into
ぞ。
the next boss fight, which will be Flea.
Yeah, considering how much of this game is like straightforward, you know, you go to fight this character, they're ready to fight you. Outside of like the beginning with the church where you do get ambushed, Ozzy and his army are like the most left turn as far as overall personality and how trying to chase them down goes. Some of the scenes with Ozzy at the end, when you finally corner him, are just some of the funniest stuff this game has to offer.
Yeah.
Be a little careful on my movement here. I run into that corner so I can get past that's a fake lean, and if you run into any of those
なんだっけ、これが前のねか。
disguised as people you know,
3人
people you
全員
care about.
戦うんですね、確か。3人全員倒
Yeah,
し
so
て
at
から
the
回
very
る
end,
の
Ozzy
だ
end
な。
up in an encounter.
ほんまに何組んだったか。
Yeah.
あんまり出
Alright,
番
so
がなかった
Flea.
気がする、この人。
Here's the infamous Flea. And he's dead.
NPK して使ってくる。じゃあ、バーサクか。
No, so that was
ムーン終わった
They've
え
officially been busted.
あれ
Yeah,
あー、違う、
that
これ。
wasn't the real Flea.
また、
So
あ、
we have we have Rano on Berserk.
戦うんだっけ
So he takes the MP bust. He won't need
ま
the
た違う
MP
のでいい
anyway.
そういそう。
And then we're gonna fight the real Flea. Flea
違う、
is
誰だっけこっち
kind
が
of
前ねか。
annoying because Flea
こっ
can
ちは
do
踏んだんだっけ
all kinds of status effects.
だから何人いたかも覚えてない、正
do a
直。
damage over time, can blind you, and then the worst thing is making Chrono or making Chojo do a AOE that attacks all three of you.
に重ねてるし。
Okay, we've got fun mode. Okay.
And so yeah, so that's kind of what we're in for here. So we're gonna have to like panacea, we're gonna have to heal, and then hopefully hopefully just attack otherwise and hope that Rano here can get as many crits as possible in the meantime.
Yeah, if you're the kind of RPG gamer who always played without using items because you felt like you might need them later, this fight probably
Sairo,
was
Sairoいいな。
very fun for you, Cash.
はいはいはい。
Okay, we got the confuse on frog, which is good. Because it won't, I believe it just won't affect someone who's already berserked.
Yeah, confusion doesn't work on berserk characters.
Yeah. So ideally that hits frog, Rano instead of the rest, because then otherwise you have to fantasy Arby's or Chojo.
カエルが真っ赤だ。
Alright, and then we got the confuse on Arby's.
いつも栗の間の模様のやつってどうなってるんだろう。 あまり詳しく言わないですけど。
Alright, everybody's got the dot over the damage over time right now. Makes it a little
さすがにレベルが低い。
hard to heal, and also I believe makes your damage not as good as well.
I have gotten no counters so far. This has been a fight.
Yeah, that is, yeah.
まあ、こなした。
Oh gosh.
Alright.
I'm
まあ
gonna
でも
have
ギリ
to,
ギリ倒しました。
I'm gonna have to have Robo get knocked out on Slash.
Oh yeah, you've routed.
That's some marathon luck.
Yeah.
I
so-
actually
so-
want Fleet to counter at least once to knock Robo out.
Right.
That was some marathon luck if I've seen it.
ノード
Yeah,
マグナスって言ったの、魔王の名前の違うのか、海外版だと。
Physical attack specifically.
Oh yeah, there you go. So yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, so Arby's, we expect Arby's.
ってことは最初の一
to
人目
survive
ですね、
the
今
fight
の
so
が。
we can not- he doesn't get TP, and that's kind of part of the route. So will you do that on Slash instead, or how are you going to work that? You think?
I have to do it on Slash.
Okay.
しっかりスルーしてた。
Does that count on the first fight at all? Or?
No, it's on the second.
Okay.
And I'll tell you what else we have
回
to
復も
do,
できる
Chad.
のも。
We have to pick up the pace on that Dream Devourer super boss fight. We've got the help of Ian Keith with a $5 donation going towards that incentive and to Trans Lifeline, but we still have quite a ways to go and less time as we go to get there. We are almost at the halfway point of this run. But I want to thank Ian Keith for that donation and for the comment, Super Boss, how about FF4 QLEX in Super Mario RPG? Just don't cheese him with rock candy. What do you mean cheese? That's like, that's how you do it, right? Yeah, Chad, if you want to tell us about your favorite super bosses and RPGs, please consider sending in a donation of, any amount that is within your budget to do so. And while you're at it, use the drop down and put it towards either one of our remaining character name bid wars or that Dream
う
Devourer.
ん個人的にやけに存在感あったまあソイソーですね。
All right, so Slash. Slash is the other henchman of Ozzy's that we have to take out before we actually can go after Ozzy himself. Where Flea was like the magician, Slash is all physical, but has some nasty moves.
まだ本気出してない。
Right now, he's kind of like prepping us for the real fight. This ends up being a two-phase fight, and so he'll attack. His attacks are usually pretty well laid out amongst all the characters on this first fight. And then the second fight, you'll see him grab his sword off the wall, and then that's when you know he means business. So yeah, we're mostly just attacking as well, and then Frog's on Berserk, or Randall's on Berserk, and we're gonna, on the next iteration of the fight, we're gonna spend some time healing as needed as well.
There's the first fight because he has a final attack for the first fight.
まあ今日ことケムの気にすんね。
Need to heal Frog right away because
まあ、
slash
クイルは
is
強いのか、グランドリオンは強いのか、
wind slash, like
バーサ
he's
グリング
got
は強いのか。
Chrono's moves, so we have to be really careful.
えらいダメージ出
Yeah,
ますけ
he
ど。
starts off with wind slash, and he'll kind of move around the room as we take his HP down. But as you can see, the wind slash hits several characters at once.
全然連携
potentially,
使ってない。
depending on his angle. And then eventually, once his HP gets down to a certain
Ah.
level, he will start doing a.
確かでもグランドリオンって強化イベントかなんかありませんでしたっけ？違ったっけ？
He jumps up in the air and then
なんかもう
comes
一
down
回
and
グランドリオンと
hits
戦うみ
his
たいなのがあ
enemy.
ったような気がするんですけど。まだとんでもないダメージしてる。クンガが完全に補助になったる。
When he's in this part of the room, it's usually he's getting close to that next phase, and then the final phase after he starts doing those jump up in the air attacks, he will. Yeah, there's the.
終盤割と自由にそう時代を行き来できるようになると、サブイベントがかなりあるので、それでキャラクター強化とかあるんですけど、多分 2% からやらないんでしょ。
Rano stays healed, because he's gonna keep attacking no matter if he gets counterattacked or not. But keep in mind, we do want Arby's to die on this fight, so I assume we'll probably not be healing him so much near the end. There's the counterattack.
普通に強い。
Look, I'm gonna keep it real with everyone right now. Arby's can die.
すごい
But
その
our
攻撃力
momentum
が。
towards this Dream Devourer Super Boss incentive cannot. I need you to help keep that dream
ああ、
alive.
またロボやられた。ロボがつるがるのよくありますね。
There it is.
ああ、でも
Nice
倒した。
job.
Very nice.
That's tough to set up because you don't want.
なんかロボばっかり経験値入んないの若干モヤモヤするんですけど、まあ、
Yeah, no, great.
こ
That
の、
was
あれか、
a
ボス戦
very
で
stressful to do,
稼げる
but
のか。
I
で、片身の水槽ともらいました。
Good job.
かなり強かった気がします。これで、黒のような武器ですけど。あ、変えた、やっぱり。
On a
ス
normal
ラッ
day,
シャー
you
の
don't
全部
wanna-
簡単なのしてる。
Okay.
わかりやすいダメしてた。で、ロボアウト。ロボアウトか。ロボアウト、ルッカに。やっぱりマールはあんまり出番ないんだ。
Anything special about that menu you want to say?
Equip the
マールはまあ連
slasher
携火力が
and,
強いんですけど、
unequip
うん。
silver earring and the berserker ring to put damage. That was a mistake. I'll be able to. I should be able to fix that.
こっちピールあんまり使ってなかった記憶は。
Alright, so we're gonna take some fights here along the way to Ozzy, and others I think we're probably gonna escape. It's nice when you can get that flamethrower to line up perfectly. Sometimes that little demon guy gets out of the way.
That blue gargoyle is a big fan of the Jukes TM, and so something.
いや、こんだけ前座がいるんだか
I'll
ら、
be a little
数
careful
強いんで
about,
しょうな。
because Luca can just one-shot both of those enemies on the right.
というか、戦闘回避できたんだ、これ。
That's
まあでも、
the
どっちにしろこ
only
こで戦わなきゃいけない
optional fight that we're taking until the
でもなかった。
like through the end of this area.
Yeah, now we caught up to Ozzy, and he's got a bunch of tricks for us. This is his usual trickster stuff. You're never gonna get through
結構
these
痛かった
things.
気がする、これ当たる
There's
と。
a timing thing here that if you time
う
it
ま
just
い。
right, you can just walk right through them all.
もう全
And
然
it's
スルー
like
した。
he's not gonna fight you. He's gonna run off.
I probably shouldn't talk through this.
意外とルールぶつかってる。
So there's some skips through this screen as well. The main thing is just don't let the green roly-poly guy
そう、あれは何でしたっ
touch you.
け？
And you can
あの
focus
黄色い
on the
色。
corner on that last one. And as long as you do that, then all the bats,
ただの
all
雑なのか。
the jugglers, they just ignore you. This is actually a screen full of holes, and if you are just a
はい。
centimeter off, like you're down in a hole and you got to come back up and try again.
しっかり回避しましたね。
Touch the wrong tile even a little bit, which has really been the kind of the whole through line at these last couple screens.
あ、
You
ス
touch
ルー
the
でした
wrong
のあれ。
pixel even a little bit.
Exactly. So same thing. Don't touch the roller balls.
は
This guy, for some reason, he moves out of the way for Frog. So you get Frog.
それでいいんだ。
He's just like, hey.
Wait,
落ちてる
where
落
is
ち
he
てる。
standing?
Alright, we're through.
んどこに立ってんのって言ってました。
So the dangerous thing about that is all those fights.
スルーできたですね、それ。
If you get in any of those fights, you cannot run away. So
Yeah,
it's a huge time.
なかなか本人が出てこない。
and those jugglers are all not fun to fight either. We'll see in a
ショッ
bit here.
ク。なんだっけ、ショック。
Because they, if
したら
you hit
引っ
them
張っ
with
て切りつけ
physical,
る。
they're suddenly weak to magic. If you hit them with magic, they're suddenly weak to physical. And they switch back and forth like that.
サップスラッ
I'm
シュ。
gonna have to heal Frog in the juggler fight.
まあ、動かなかったらいいんだ。
So you're saying you have a lot of different
なるほど。
responsibilities to juggle during that fight.
For whatever reason,
前座が
for
長
this
いよ。
fight, though, you can run away from this fight,
Yeah.
but not the other two here.
But we also need the TP for Fire Sword, right?
Yeah, we're gonna get it from this fight here, from the jugglers.
So yeah, for the jugglers here, we're just gonna Hypno Wave, which is a magic, not attack necessarily, but attempts to put someone to sleep. So because of that, they become weak to physical, and then we're gonna X-strike each one individually to take them out. But if you
X3D.
actually, on PC, if you auto
うん、
battle,
強い。
it ruins the whole thing, and you have to reset it.
場所によっては全然 X になら
I
ないん
gotta
だ
talk
け
to
ど
you for a
な。
second. I see several of you ordering,
もう強い
talking
からよし
about。and quite possibly also ordering Arby's. I love that for you. I'm very glad that this happened. It's very funny. But I want you to do one more thing for me. I want you to donate the amount of your Arby's order to help us meet that Dream Devourer super boss.
Yes, let's go.
Treat yourself and treat the people in need who Trans Lifeline can help.
Because everyone deserves some Arby's.
まあ、
So a very important thing. So back in the factory, about an hour, at least an hour ago, whoever you pick here, if you don't pick the same character and do
は
like
い、ということで、
the same number of fights,
決
there's
戦です。
like a truncation experience thing that happens for party members that are not in the party, and whoever doesn't go has to get more experience. And so if I didn't pick Luca, she would not hit level 15 at this point in the
そうどうやって
And
倒
really
すの
want her
か。
to be level 15 to have to really maximize the damage output of the double tech we just learned called Fire Sword.
So as you can see, Ozzy here, still up to no good. All he has is a shield. If
はい、
you hit him
わ
in the
しまい。
shield, he can only counterattack. But thankfully, we just hit all the switches, and eventually a hole pops open right where his situation is, and that's how you defeat him.
Picked up a bunch of equipment that we're going to be using momentarily. Silver earring, speed belt. Which speed belt boosts.
カエルはまたバーサクリーグ装備しましたね。
And onward to
このところセーブしてるとこ見ると結構事故りやすいんですかね。
And the most
なんか
RNG
今のところ
RNG, yes.
かなり順調なみたいに見えるんですが。一体どんなの落ちてたんだ。
So, yeah, want this fight? Actually, before we explain the fight, I want to talk about one little detail that they put in this version. The text is going to start auto advancing.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Oh.
because it times the start of the fight to the music.
Oh, okay. All right, cool. Well, this is Magus. This is the big bad. We think this guy created Lavos at this point. And we catch him like doing a summoning circle and talking about Lavos or something here. So anyways, we're gonna take him out. And we didn't talk about Frog's backstory much as we kind of saw the cutscenes, but Frog knows him well, and he
ということは
Magus
魔
turned
王戦ですね。
Frog into a frog, and that's why he is the way he is. So he's here for vengeance. So for this fight, Frog's on Berserk again, or Rano's on Berserk again, and Chojo has lightning, and Tails has fire. Magus is immune to all magics except for the one he casts at any point in time. And as soon as you cast on him or attack him, he changes that. So he changes the barrier.
属性は変わるんでしたっけ。
And so
確かギミッ
that's
クは
how you find it out. So Rano has the Mazimune sword special because he can hit Magus twice before he'll actually change barriers. So he gets a little extra attack in there in the meantime. So what we do is we bury your Chrono right away to keep magic damage down on Chrono or on Chojo, and we're gonna try as we might to get Magus to give us as many fire barriers as possible, so we can do the most damage with Fire Sword, the dual tech between Chojo and Tails. In the meantime, he can throw out things like, he throws out attacks, random attacks. He'll throw out the sap thing that hits everybody. He'll throw out
強いやっぱり。
ice. He'll do an ice attack. He'll do a shadow attack on one person, and then he'll do a lightning attack, which hits everybody as well. And so this is kind of our introduction to some of the magic attacks that hit everybody. And so right now, like I said, we only have lightning and fire, so we can only respond to the barriers that are lightning and fire. And if we don't have something we can respond with, we'll just attack him again to get him to change the barrier. And so one of the things that is the struggle in this fight is when we're like, we really want a lightning or a fire barrier, and he just keeps throwing out ice or shadow. Thankfully, I'm seeing a good amount of lightning and fire today. And you'll notice that we kind of let Rano die, and then if we get a barrier we like, we'll res Rano. We'll let him hit Magus again because with Mazimune it does lower his magic resistance as well, and then we'll hit him with that barrier. So we got another lightning. The other cool thing about fire is, I know Chojo has the barrier, but Luca's naturally resistant to fire since it's her element, or Tails is naturally resistant to fire, it's her element. And so
まだなんか名前言い間違えてる。
more fire barriers that way. There's some ice. Now, fun fact, I actually routed a route
氷属性ですね。ブリザード飛んできた。ブリザーが
instead, and weirdly, he did a lot of fire on that one. And so the Chrono Trigger runners, we kind of like to joke that
相手が使う魔法で見極めるしかないでしたっけ。
it's gonna throw out things that you don't want.
バリアチェンジを
I mean, ideally it's
ブリザーが
RNG, but it just feels like sometimes it knows.
来ないな。なかなか来ない。
Another
来た来
lightning.
た。
And it's some point, once I believe it's once he's been taken down to damage.
カイロ起こしてる暇がない。
Once his health reaches 6666, or it's once he gets 6666 damage, I forget. But that magic number is kind of funny. He switches to the next phase.
あ、変わった。
And so that should be coming up here.
あ、間に合った、間に合った。
There we go.
Okay, so yeah, if he doesn't counter with a barrier, then he's getting ready to switch to the next phase, and you have another quick second to get one more attack of that barrier in before his magic resistance goes back.
はい、まあ戦闘
And
中で
then
す
he'll
が。
start casting a spell.
で、このこれで、視界の武を交代となります。引き続き、
Ultimate attack, dark matter.
ただ
And at this point, thankfully, Chojo has the
で、
barrier
ファステ
to
ストファーズフォールフェスト2020をお楽しみください。それでは一旦失礼します。
help. Full health.
ありがとうございました。
And he's the only one who's gonna survive the big magic attack, and we're just gonna quick up, res, heal if needed, and then do as many fire swords as possible on him, and that's kind of rinse repeat. And the way we get that is I'm assuming that you have the silver earring on Chrono or on Chojo
Mm-hmm.
to get more health. Yeah, so that's why Chojo can survive this when we're all so low level.
はい、皆様ごきげんよう。はい、引き続きイベントは行ってまいります。よろしくお願いします。はい、現在クロノトリガーですね。私の方は未プレイなので、何もうまく話せないと思いますが、よろしくお願いします。
Barriers for the way too many shifts for this barrier status to stay through to the first dark matter.
Yeah,
Just like one too many.
almost made it. Alright, I bet this one will be the go round.
現在は、何でしたっけこの方。魔王さんでしたっけただ決戦ですかね。はい。決戦ではありますが、まだまだ ESC 的には余裕があるという。まあ余裕があると言っても、まあもうちょうど折り返しぐらいですかね。お、撃破しましたね。ああ、倒したなら、倒してエンディングならもう、これは世界記録かな。
I'm afraid there's something I've been hiding for a little while. I've kind of felt it in the core of my being, like I'm being called away to a different time stream, a different point, and I'll just wait for me at the end of time, everyone. Don't forget me. Don't forget Arby's.
And, you know, speaking of Arby's, I had a massive craving for it, ended up tripping into a bucket
エピローグかな
in 65 million BC. Hi, friends. I'm Oscar424 and taking over for, well, wherever the tea tree went to. They were here and now they're gone. So I heard, yeah, all I can hear is these Arby's donations in the back of my brain. And I mean, if you have a quick second, I've been told there are some orders that need to be passed on.
Yeah, go right ahead. Just a little bit of an intermission.
Absolutely.
Get right back into the action.
Perfect. So it seems that our wonderful best first assist with you, JD Puppy, has donated $21.95 specifically to Trans Lifeline, saying, "Sir, this is a Wendy's. Donating for my authentic Arby's, and that's capitalized, authentic Arby's order of a burrito bowl with chicken, brown rice, black beans, fresh tomato salsa, extra salsa, roasted chili corn salsa, also extra, tomatillo green chili salsa, fajita veggies, extra, cheese, extra, and romaine lettuce, light.
That's a lot of veggies.
I am so hungry and I just got here. Thank you for that.
Is that a Wendy's, really?
Apparently, that's a Wendy's. But that does bring us up to, looks like, we're getting closer to $200 to that super boss fight. But we need those Wendy's. We need those Wendy's and those Arby's donations coming in, really, because we need to see that super boss. It is tough and it is challenging, and Fox is amazing at it. So please, exclamation point, donate in chat, and let's get that hit.
Heck yeah.
All right. This is probably, I think this next room on DS is like my most hated room in the game.
Really?
Yeah, I'm really not. I really need to like practice it more. It's this upcoming room has some really tricky fight skips. They're essentially pixel perfect. Oh, okay, I got the first one.
GG's.
So
Yeah, you're gonna like
That-
PC.
There we go. Okay, I knew I actually was able to recognize I was one too far there. Okay, got both of them.
Nice. Yeah, you're
yeah.
gonna like PC because they're a lot easier on PC.
Yeah, I've been able to see. Like it's fine, but especially for like some of the other categories, like we talk about the dimensional vortex before. The dimensional vortex like shuffles some areas before you get like a new area in the game, and for like one of the sets, for like one of them, you get that specific area again.
Yep.
So you have to do those skips again. It's annoying.
Yep. All right, so we caught up with Amy. We're actually we fought Magus, and then suddenly Lavos shows up, and we get sucked into a vortex, and we're like, oh no, you created Lavos, and he's like, I didn't create Lavos, I was trying to summon him, and you guys interrupted me, and so we end up in 65 mil BC again, and we're like, oh, that's weird. So we're immediately sucked into like
奏者の方から
issue here.
いただいた
We're gonna go help Amy in the Tyranno lair this time. Take out some reptites and save Kino, her potential
なんだろう
life mate.
ガイドみたいな
Spoiler.
なんだガイド なんて言うんだ
and some other
見どころみたいな説明文をいただいたので、もうすでに読み上げられてるかもしれませんが、改めて読み上げますね。このバージョンのゲームでは、2% スピードランに
Oh, yeah.
適した
Yeah, so yeah,
ま
we'll
あ
skip a couple fights.
大幅な短縮ができるバググリッチに関しては現在存在しないので、基本 2% ですけど、そういうバグを使わないプレイとして進行するそうです。しています。はい。で、ラスボス戦をだいぶ安定してプレイできるようなルートを取ってるようですね。で本来のなんか主に走られていたのかな。クラシックな 2% ルートでは、得点地点以降に、ラスボスを倒すために、すごい長い時間レベル上げが必要なようで、その状態でかつラスボスを安定して倒せる保証がないそうですね。今回は、ちょっと日本語名と名前が間違ってるかもしれないけど、 と待って。マガスって、
And then he gets ahead anyway.
マグスってなんだ？
And so from here
Good.
on, this
マガス、
place
クロノ、トリガ
also,
ー。
from this point on,
ああ、魔王
do
か。
not run away if you get into
魔王を、
So,
仲間にできる状態の場所まで進行して、
This room in
そこで
particular is
特殊な準備を整えることで、
one direction.
安定してラスボスを倒せる、クリアできる状態にするそうです。
But yeah, it's
だから、
it's gonna take a grind
まあ、
fight anyway on the way.
多くで走られてるチャートとは違うものが見られるようですね。
so this room is
で現状、まだ魔王様
a big grind
の仲間になってないようなので、
game, like one a really good
あれ
one.
かな、
So,
魔王のビットウォーの名前もその段階で決めるのかな。
specifically so I can learn one tech for Ayla because
ネタバレしちゃいましたね。
this upcoming
まあ、
boss
みんな知ってるでしょう。
wants
未プレイの
the third tech,
私ですら知ってるのだから。
cat attack, so we can get the double tech of Thunder Chomp.
And in the process, Jerry, I think somebody heard that Taco Bell call. Got a $7 donation from Ian Keith.
I knew I was gonna get it. That's the unfortunate. I just got the unfortunate miss there. I think it's like the RNG can just funnel you into like certain patterns, and one of them with this like fight pattern is just missing.
Gotcha. Well, what did the Taco Bell donation say? I'm curious.
Taco Bell donation said, "Oh wait, hold on, I gotta count this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
で
6."
は、今気づきましたから、これ DS 版なんですね。
Boxes represent, and I'm trying to accent the 8 question marks at the
よく言ったら、左上にマップやら何やらが表示されてた。
end. And I'm gonna start. You know what? I'm gonna start keeping tally of these fast food bid wars because you know I'm an agent of chaos. That's why Dino ending is my favorite one. We'll get that. We'll get to that in a little bit, but right now, I want to see the great fast food bid war starting right now.
まあ、先ほどの奏者さんからいただいた
So
テキストの方
right now.
の続きいくつかあるんですけど、まあ、バグ自体はないけど、いくつか、あんま大きなバグみたいなのはないけど、まあ、テクニックというか、そういうのはいくつかあるみたいで、
Yeah.
まあ、DS 版だと、
See people just do this short.
まあ、タッチスクリーンで操作する場合と、まあ、クラシック、いわゆる、
particularly because it,
まあ、多分今やってる状態はクラシックですかね。まあ、十字キーとかで操作するバージョンがあるみたいで、 そのタッチスクリーンで操作する状態だと、なんか、技をいち早くスクロールして選択することができるようですね。で、なんか合体技とかなのかな。合体技とかは、十字キーを押すの左右を押すことで、いち早くそれが選択できるようで、まあ、そういう合体技とか使いたいときには、この DS モードを活用することができるようですね。まあもしかしたらもうこの2時間の間に使ってるシーンがあったかもしれませんね。ちょっと見逃していましたが。で、もう一個が、テクニカルポイントが、なんか不具合で増えてしまうっていうものがあったようで、なんか技を習得するたびに、なんか、TP が回復しちゃう。で、これは全バージョンに存在する不具合っていうんで、多分オリジナルにもあるのかな。まあ、これは、たとえグリッチレスだろうが回避不能なので、この現象を利用してるみたいですね。まあ、覚えたら増えちゃうのだから、もうこれしょうがないですよね。
you route things
でも
differently.
DS 版に至っても直されてないっていうのはすごいですね。
But we're jumping into
も
Nisbel
う半ば
2.
仕様みたいな感じになってるのかな。
I have to soft reset. I forgot to. I knew I forgot something. I
Oh,
あら
forgot to
リセットしちゃ
put
った
the berserker ring on Luca.
Oh, right,
え
right.
スキップかな。
It's in
何
here.
もわからない。
Taking care of that soft reset. I'm gonna fan the flames of chaos because I love you, chat. I love you, friends. Kikaman has donated $20 to Trans Lifeline.
演
Thanks for
出スキッ
introducing
プな
me
気が
to
する。
so many great people. You're awesome and you've got this. And it's the
なん
smiley
か
face.
設定も変えてましたね。これあれかな。
Also, Wendy's is
DS モードと
obviously
かなんかな。
superior.
うん
Capitalized,
あ、
obviously.
違いそうわからない。
Words.
雰囲気でこのゲームを見ている。
In the lead, though. That is because let's see here. Pronzo donated $25 and said, "Good luck with the Chrono Trigger run." I didn't get Arby's, but I did order a burrito and chips. So here's my donation. LOL.
All right, we're back into it. We're back into it with Nisbel 2. So Nisbel 2, somewhat similar to Nisbel 1, but we're going to use Thunder Chomp, which is our lightning effect to lower his defense. And then we're gonna keep doing that because it does so much damage. And then Luca's Tails is gonna be healing throughout this while Chojo and Amy do that Thunder Chomp attack over and over. Now after 3 times,
先ほど
turns, he will
おっしゃっ
output
た、奏者さんからいただいたテキストなんですけど、もう一個。
and so
スーパーファミコン版だと、
one point here,
RNG 操作、いわゆる乱数調整ですかね。乱数調整が頻繁に行われているそうなんですけど、DS 版ではどうやらセーブするときに乱数が固定されるため、
Oh yeah, that's right. So he
そういう操作を行ってないそうです。
that by giving
でそういう仕様もあって、長い時間乱数調整し続けるのは事実上不可能なので、ゲーム開始時にそういう操作をしないようにしているそうですね。こういうところは変わってるんですね。
you just end up killing with Thunder Chomp.
Mhm.
Yeah. So yeah, usually on most the strats for Chrono Trigger, you will have to finish the fight.
事実上不可能ということなので、
Second, lightning output with a fire.
何かすごい頑張る自信があるなら、人力じゃなかったら
Have to.
可能だったりするんですか
Yeah.
ね。
So Fox has routed in some extra strength capsules.
でも RPG の RTA でノーセーブっていうのはなかなか厳しいですもん
Just
ね。
safer. It's just safer. I don't have to like worry about it. That's a
It works, it
guaranteed
works.
KO.
Yep. It works. It works. GG's.
GG's. And personally, friends in chat, I want to KO this super boss incentive, and I'm gonna put a number out there because first off, Fox is just blazing through this run, so we're gonna be running out of time a lot sooner than you realize. If we make sure we put those donations towards the super boss incentive, if we hit 7,000 raised before the end of this run, we will pretty much be right at getting this Dream Devour super boss fight. And if you haven't played the DS version, I got a surprise for you. In case you didn't know, there is an ending attached to the super boss fight that you don't get to see anywhere else.
Yes, that's correct.
Yep.
So exclamation point donate in chat. We are going to run out of time faster than you
で、
realize. Because not only is Fox good at this game, we are dealing with
クロノ
traveling
トリガーの
through time.
裏ボスなのかな。
So hurry up and get those donations in,
このビッ
friends.
ト王に関しては今
Heck yeah.
ゴールが750ドルに対し208ドル集まっていますね。ここから終盤に向けて増えていきそうな感じですかね。
Two-thirds mark of the run. So, we're
どんな話をしてる中、
gonna
そろそろ
like
一
getting
旦
to
大ボスなの
the
か。
like end of the run is generally a thing. Like it's less than you think, and we're gonna be very under level for the final fight. But it's gonna be very manageable due to the way this is routed.
Yeah.
なんか
So
すごい落ちそうなところで立ってるけど大丈夫か
So
な。
the first thing we're gonna do coming into this fight is put Azala to sleep. Azala will do a bunch of attacks, or his own. Is it? I always get confused about Azala's gender. But yeah, it does a bunch
her.
of attacks, so we'll put them to sleep and start kind of waiting for Tyranno's defense to go down. So you can either put Azala to sleep or kill Azala. I think is what
Black
Vengeful
Tyranno.
wants you to do per se, and then
Oh,
that will
食べられちゃっ
cause the Tyranno's
かわいそうに。
defense to suddenly go down. And so once defense goes down, it'll start a countdown from 5, and you have until the end of that countdown before he does.
そんなすばしっこく動いてるけど、すごい落ちそうなところで戦ってるんだよ
So
な。
we're gonna prep to
足
do
滑らせた
an
り
attack on
しないのかな。
and Shoujo and Tails are gonna be doing Fire Sword and just gonna be wailing on him.
I'm gonna be alternating with this Thunder Chomp.
Oh, that's right. You
Okay.
alternate. Yeah.
So it's gonna pretty much repeat due to the way this is set up. It's just alternating it. So this fight is very long, so we have to go through 2 phases of this. So I think it's good for donations.
Oh, we got some donations coming in. Well, we do have JD Puppy putting in an extra $1 for naming Magus Wendy's. And comments, we gotta get Wendy's in the lead. Fast Food Wars! With a lot of exclamation points. So thank you for that. We also have $15 from Nagy donating. Can I get some Mott Sticks, curly fries, and a Jamocha shake? I believe that's an Arby's donation, so we're gonna put that on there. So thank you for that. Also, we have $45 coming in for Trans Lifeline from Anonymous in all caps. Shrimp! Heaven! Now! I have no idea what fast food joint that is. I'm tempted to just say Red Lobster and call it a day.
Yeah.
But with that, let me do a quick mental math, because math is hard and mental math is even scarier. We're at basically $254 of that $750, and we need to hit basically $7,000 of total money raised throughout the entirety of Fastest Furs Fall Fest 2025. So let's get that hitting. Oh, I see a Long John Silver's in chat. Whoa, that's a throwback machine right there. I haven't seen a Long John Silver's around me in literally decades. We're gonna go with that then. But again, make sure you are getting those donations in towards that super boss fight, because as Fox said, we are gonna run out of time faster than you realize. And I would like to see the world to change. Not that ending screen that I would get so many times playing this as a child. Thank you everybody for all of those fantastic donations so far, and keep them coming. I want more. I want more Food Wars.
All right, and we're getting close here. As you saw, Tyranno did its big fight, or its big attack on everybody, and we didn't heal up. You'll notice. We want to end this fight low health. For multiple reasons, actually, we didn't heal up, because every time the Tyranno tries to chomp, it can actually heal from your hit points that it takes. And so if we can minimize how much healing it's doing from that by not healing ourselves and just rezzing ourselves instead, we can do that. But we also want to prepare for the next fight where we want to die fast. And so that's why we're kind of keeping our health low as this fight comes to an end.
Okay, so I think this should KO. I was able to do the optimal strategy with this setup, where I fit in one flame kick right at the end of the countdown. Yep, and and that's enough damage to KO after hitting 2 on the second countdown, which
Nice.
I think, like, time-wise, the standard strategy is still faster than what this strat is. But on this version of the game, it's actually harder to do that. And the reason is, unfortunately, the battle speed for the DS version, the battle speeds, they're not 1-to-1 with the SNES version of the game.
Yeah.
And that in turn makes it just a little bit more difficult to do that strategy. So I've like decided I wasn't gonna go for it. And the strategy I just did is like within 5 seconds of the other one. Especially with the boosted strafe on Ayla, which adds up.
Yeah.
For damage.
All right, so we took out Black Tyranno, and something is falling from the sky.
It could be Lavos. It could be a reference to Cloverfield.
And there it is. And so we find out, hey, Lavos isn't from this planet. Lavos came in 65 mil BC and had burrowed deep into the earth and has been waiting there till the day of Lavos.
And we heard from Azala, who somehow is telepathic, knows that this will cause an ice age to occur. And it will wipe out the reptites.
Yep, so we're gonna go examine this crater and see what we find.
Actually, in the process of examining that crater, I did happen to see that we found a $50 donation from Lunar to add to the fast food wars. It says, "I want more Chrono Trigger and also more Taco Bell."
Yeah.
So Taco Bell is now taking a commanding lead.
Let's go.
So shout out to Taco Bell, and that actually puts us over $300 to the $750 that we need for that super boss fight.
めっちゃタコベルの話して
Yeah, we
る。
can do this, but we need to hit the gas pedal and go. Also go to our nearest fast food joint as well, or DoorDash, whatever you prefer. Exclamation point donate, and let me know what kind of fast food you're going to be eating after this, because we're all really hungry at this point while watching this also amazing run. Straight up.
Yeah, we are. It sounds like we are almost at the halfway point in the donations, but we're way past the halfway point on the run, so we need to step that up.
Agreed.
So yeah, so welcome to the Kingdom of Zeal. You'll notice that it's kind of like a blizzard and a bleak on the ground, and then we end up in this like sky shrine of a city that looks all advanced, and there's this teleporter, and we're like, what is this place? And it turns out this is 12,000 BC, which is kind of odd because it just seems like there's this like mix of magic and technology involved. So yeah, so we're kind of like exploring and figuring out where we're at and what's going on, and end up at the palace. And we're gonna go talk to Scala, who actually, I always wonder, like, what if we just got a quick second to talk to Scala here? Like, the story, we could have saved so many people, right? But, you know, just wasn't meant to be. Scala gets called away by her mother, the queen, and so we end up following her to see where she goes, and then we will end up charging the pendant that Rouge has, and so that we can finally find out that we can open these sealed doors. We've actually seen these sealed doors in the future, and maybe some sealed chests in some other areas. And we see Scala use it on the sealed door, and we see if you try it here, ours doesn't work on it, and so we can go charge it in the mana machine, and then it'll suddenly work on all these sealed doors.
I think now's a decent time to talk about that. So this is any percent. The goal is to just beat Lavos. What like by any means really. And then just finish the game. There is a glitchless run on the SNES version where you do not use the pendant. You don't actually power the pendant up, and then you just leave after getting some goodies in this area, and just go set up all that from without it. And doing that without an RNG manipulation is very difficult, and I probably will not do that unless if I like pick up the SNES version.
Yeah, real quick, this is the fight we wanted to die quickly on here. We're going to throw a Wind Slash out, and that will switch the golem to do lightning and kill us all quicker.
Well, you mean we don't want to do the most overused bit
Yeah.
where we just pretend that we actually didn't mean to do that? So yeah, a fun fact, once you power up the pendant in Zero Powers, I didn't actually learn this until this year. You are not able to leave. So you're forced into the fight and there's no save point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's actually it's also a trigger for an ending, right? If you
before powering it up, right after Shaw.
So if you power the pendant, you will get a different ending because so in all endings when we're trying to get the ending before that, it says in the notes, it's like, do not power up the pendant, just leave.
Yeah, you have to leave to get that specific ending in the game. It's that run, because it was a Japanese run, it specifically got that ending due to the fact that I was doing to getting the end screen sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And so getting that ending was faster than not.
Oh, okay. Yeah, on PC glitchless 90%, they actually do something kind of similar where they don't. Actually, do they even go into Zeal at all?
Yeah, they do. Oh, yeah.
Okay. But then they leave, before powering up the pendant, I believe.
No, they power up the pendant. It's really hard to not do that. With the levels that were in that run, it's the archetypal glitchless run is to go and grind in the Tyranno lair where I was grinding for 7 battles, but instead do 80 to get most of Ayla's attacks, and then finish it up after finishing the area to learn a specific attack to be able to fight the final boss at low level.
Yep. Yeah, it's actually kind of not as fun of a run because you're just grinding for a good amount.
Yeah, you are.
Less about runs specifically, but because Chrono Trigger's known for just all their endings, and like I mentioned earlier, Dino ending is my favorite. Do you two have a favorite ending of all of them?
Yeah, mine is what's it called? It's the one where the girls are giving the guys.
The rating one.
That's the one that That's the one we were talking about earlier.
Isn't that the one? That's one where Chrono speaks in it.
Yes, that's that same ending. Yeah, that's the one we were just talking about.
Yeah, he chides them for what are you doing?
Love it.
So we make a detour here to this area because this right chest contains the swallow, which is really it's such a gigantic boost to damage at this point in the run, and it has the bonus effect of giving Chrono +3 speed. It's got 145 attack. So it's a huge boost, and I don't think there's like a Chrono Trigger run that's gonna like skip it unless if they can just skip it earlier.
Yeah,
That's-
I tried to route it out, and it's like it's too OP to not.
Yeah, it's just too much.
I want to come in and say, just bringing food back into it because I'm always hungry. Toolbox has given $5 to the cause with, I'm not getting fast food, but I did toast some ham and cheese sandwiches earlier. Does that count? Yes, it does. I have you listed as homemade. So, but yeah, again, friends, we are running out of time. We are closing in on about maybe an hour and a half left in this run. That seems like a lot. It really, really isn't. Fox is going through this super quickly, and we're just shy of halfway to that 750 that we need for the super boss fight. So again, exclamation point donate in chat if you want to see that fight. It is wild, and it is so cool to watch. But we need to get that unlocked before we can see it, friends.
Yeah.
All right, should we do a lore update, or do you got some text?
I have a mandatory detour right now. This detour, you could. There are other like any percent routes that were like marathon save that got this later, but getting it now helps so much for something upcoming. I'll explain why later, like once we get to it. But there's a sealed door back here that I want to go to that has a really important accessory. It's got a strength capsule, a luminous robe, elixir, cutie ring, and a golden earring. The golden earring is what I need out of there, and the strength capsule is also good. And the reason why I come here early is so I can pick up that acuity ring, which boosts accuracy by 10. Oh gosh, I hit this encounter. Should be fine.
Accuracy by 10, huh?
Mm-hmm. But
So
there
keeps
hasn't really
misses
been.
down?
I didn't hear what you said. Sorry.
That keeps misses from happening then as much?
Yes. But we haven't really had anything that is hard to hit yet. Emphasis on yet. So I'm actually gonna quit the cutie ring right now. And luminous robe. And then I'm gonna quit the power scarf on Chrono. Just save right here. Next is the sewers. So this place you can come to like very early. Oh, I forgot to equip this wall. I meant to equip it before this, so I'll fix that right away. But this is another like area in the game where you don't want to hit extra encounters because you can't run away in this place if you hit extra encounters. And it tries to like troll you a bit here too, especially in this basement area we're about to enter. You can't pet the cat. You can't mess with the can or that food.
The ultimate travesty, not being able to pet the cat.
And you can't touch that save point either.
Yeah, it's not a save point.
I'm in chat. What kind of game lets you not pet the cat? Agree. Is rude.
We have a mini boss here right near the end.
You say mini boss. I blinked and the quote unquote mini boss is gone.
Yeah, like Fox said, you can come here really early. It's when they expect you to come here. It's like really early. And so we skip it on the speed run. And by the time we come back here, this boss only has 500 health. So
that boss is not really threatening here. We need to cut out the epoch name now.
All right. Let me get a quick refresh, and we are looking at. You're ready to go. I can give you our winner.
Okay. And we want to go over lore for a little bit, but like maybe after the name.
Sure.
All right. It is. But first, stairs.
Currently doesn't have a seat.
Hmm.
So name?
Name is capital W, capital F.
で、ビット O でこの宇宙船、タイムマシンか、の名前が決められましたね。
Lowercase O and X?
Lowercase O and X, that is correct.
Okay.
Thank you to everybody
WF Box になりましたね。
Yeah. All right, so lore update. Yeah, so you saw us get taken out by the golems, and then we were trapped, and Scala lets us out, but then this prophet guy, comes and says, no, I'm going to kill them, and she's like, don't kill them, and so he says, well, you have to send them away. So she sends us back to our where we're at, and then locks that portal, so we can't go back to 12,000 BC. So that's when we grabbed some goodies. We use our newly found ways into sealed chests, and then we get the Epoch, or the Wayfaring Fox, which is our new time machine. It doesn't move, but it moves in time. And so we can go back. They thought they could lock us out, but we are back in Zeal 12,000 BC. And we try to use if you try to use the teleporter, it doesn't work. They've got it locked. So we go talk to the Earthbound ones. These are the people without magic that are stuck on the Earth and not in the magic kingdom in the sky. And so we're going to go fight our next boss.
They tell us Melchior is sealed in this
that's right,
mountain.
Yeah. Actually, we don't even know it's Melchior at that point. It's the guru of wisdom?
Guru of life.
Is he the life? Yeah.
Yes.
And so we're going to go save the guru of life. But on the way, there's going to be a boss here that's pretty hated by myself and many other runners called Mud Imp. Coming up quick. We'll have a couple fights here and then right into the Mud Imp fight.
I honestly think that fight looks worse on PC. Like, it's like, it still can be very trolly here. It's just not, it just doesn't feel as bad.
Mm-hmm.
And due to the speed boost on Chrono and Ayla, I'm able to just do one fire sword and an attack to KO these. In other like runs, you normally don't see just a single attack from Ayla there. But we're on to the Mud Imp fight, so feel free to start explaining this.
All right, so Mud Imp is this little imp dude, and he's got these friends with him. And you'll notice there's a blue beast and a red beast. So the mechanic is you're supposed to do I think it's ice on the blue and fire on the red, right? Or is it the other way around? I think it's the other way around. Anyways, we don't care about that. We're just gonna kill Mud Imp. And so if you attack Mud Imp himself, then there's some nasty counterattack where the two beasts will like X-strike you basically. And so what we first do is put the blue one to sleep. Really, we just do a hypno wave, try to get them all asleep. And it just so happens that Mud Imp tends to wake up the orange one a lot more, and we just let that slide. But as long as the blue one's asleep, he won't counterattack. And so we can keep it on here. So we're gonna try to use high magic attacks on Mud Imp. Try not to use anything AoE because we don't want the blue one to wake up. And I've found personally too that if the blue one wakes up, if you wake up the blue one, sometimes he can start waking up the blue one, so it's really hard to keep it asleep at that point. But yeah, so high magic, Mud Imp can heal all three of them, can throw rocks at you, can throw rocks that cause you to go to sleep, can ride the orange one to do a major attack on you as well. Yeah, kind of, and then it can also, yeah, I said heal. Okay, so yeah, so that is the extent here. It can get fairly annoying depending on what he does, but as long as you just kind of keep your attacks rolling on him and you try to keep yourself above a certain HP threshold, it's very doable. And don't hit the blue one.
Sometimes I swap for doing Fire Sword if Chrono's low on HP instead of Flame Kick.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Fire Sword does more damage.
See more damage getting done to this Super Boss incentive. We're still looking for more donations to hit that 750, but I have a unofficial fast food Super Boss bid war update that I need to bring to all you friends because I want to see more chaos in chat and in those donations. Right now, taking top billing is Taco Bell at $57.45. Is Long John Silver's coming up second. I think that's what we signed it to. Arby's is in third place with $31. Sir, this is a Wendy's in fourth place at $20. And then we do have
menu.
We got a big menu because we also have homemade food coming in $5. So again, we will get more fast food lore if we put them in our donations, exclamation point, donate to chat. Let's hear your fast food orders and let's get those donations towards that Super Boss fight. Because again, we're basically closing on an hour to go in this run, and see that 65-38 for Trans Lifeline? We need to hit 7K before we get to the end of this. And let me tell you, that is so doable in the time we have left. But we need your help to push us to the finale. Let's get those donations in for a fantastic cause, for a fantastic bonus incentive, and more fantastic food, because I'm getting hungry and I need ideas for what I'm gonna order after this.
Sounds like a plan.
Do we want to explain Rebels?
Yeah, so Rebels are basically you attack a Rebel and it locks all your techs first turn.
Okay.
And then also all you can do is attack the Rebel. And if you don't, and they're actually very hard to hit. And so that's why Fox was talking about the acuity ring and accuracy is to try to make sure you're less likely to miss. And why are these Rebels so important? Because
they give 100 tech points.
And 1,000 XP too, if that matters. But we're really concerned about the tech points on these speedruns because we want to get our techs leveled up as soon as we can. And so yeah, and then plus, if you're tracking TP duplication, what does that mean if you get a tech? Well, that means not only do you get 100 tech points, but you also get 100 tech points extra. And And yeah, if you don't hit it soon enough, within a certain amount of turns, it does run
Ayla,
away.
please. Thank you. Ayla has the acuity ring on, and her her accuracy is at like 37. So she's very likely to hit those. And so when she doesn't hit them, I'm like, it's kind of painful.
Yeah.
And I have it set up so it's a guaranteed 3-hit KO from her because I put those 2 strength capsules I picked up on her. There was one in the previous area. So as long as she hits 3 times, it's a guaranteed KO on any of these levels.
Nice.
Because I need to KO 3 of them. So
Yeah,
there,
Giga-
Chrono, for that fight, I actually just like keep the equipment on the Berserk because Chrono attacking one of them will just let me run away right after one of them. Like it will just cause an animation in that fight, and so I can just run away without having to enter a menu.
Yeah, in chat they're saying Giga Gia killed me so much as a kid. Yeah, that's Giga Gia is a pretty tough fight in general, but yeah, on the speedrun it's even more so.
All right, there we go. So now I can change my equipment up.
I know it's not
can
changing
actually-
up. Oh, sorry, go
Go
for
ahead.
it. All right, I will make this quick then. What's not going to be changing up is the current leader of the fast food wars, because Ian Keith had put in $5 towards the Taco Bell train of saying the best thing about Taco Bell is you can ask for a couple hot sauces and you will receive their entire supply. That is factual right there. That is very factual. That is nice.
Is it though, man? What Taco Bells are you going to? I always have to go indoors. I can't and grab a handful myself because they never give me enough.
I usually ask for whatever the super hot sauce they have at that particular time, and they're just like, here, take it. Nobody else wants it.
Oh.
Here's a bag of them. I'm like, thank you. And thank you for that donation, Ian Keith. Let's keep that fast food war going.
One of the fights that was on the way here, I could one-shot that fight, but I ran away because the attack points in this route are so precise for both Robo and Ayla right now that if I took that fight, I would get a duplication off of the boss here and not where I want it to be. And so I have to run away from that fight. I can't actually fight it out.
Yeah, this boss gives what, like 20 tech points?
30.
Yeah.
In the interim, some more Taco Bell love is coming in. I love y'all, friends. Mr. Shasta has donated $22.38, saying, donating my actual Taco Bell order that I just got because of the fast food discussion in chat and donations. I got a Crunchwrap Supreme no tomatoes combo, beefy 5-layer burrito, and a chicken grilled cheese burrito. I am hungry tonight.
Oh my gosh.
We
Let's
should
go.
probably explain Falcon Strike.
Go for it.
Yeah, totally. All right, so Giga Gia opens up with 2 horrendous things, and we're like really low health, so we only have 1 chance to take him out. So we're gonna use Falcon Strike. Falcon Strike uses Ayla throws Chrono in the air, and he does a lateral motion of sword against any mobs in the way. And then that, I believe, uses Chrono Strength as a factor in his weapon. And
Yes.
so that's why, again, getting the weapon that we got, the Swallow, is a big deal for this fight, too. But yeah, we're going to use Falcon Strike a lot. for a bit here. But for this fight, we're gonna take out the arms right away. It takes 2 times to take out the arms the first time, and then it's pretty tight. If you don't get it, his next attack will kill the party. And so after that, you take out the body, try to get 3 or 4 Falcon Strikes in if you can before he brings back the arms, and then you got to take the arms out one more time. And they are, thankfully, it only takes 1 time to take them out this time. And then you keep wailing on the body.
This is probably the run where this fight is the safest, because Chrono and Ayla are so fast that you get more turns in.
Nice.
I could have risked like a faster strategy, but for marathon safety, I didn't do it.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, I know that on the 100% PC glitchless, we have Luca in the party here, and we would throw in napalms in between the Falcon Strikes to try to get the health down so you need less turns.
Yeah, on PC you have the faster battle speeds and you have the auto battle you have to work with.
Yeah.
So there's a lot going on between like different versions. Like the fights can play out very differently.
Yeah, what do we find? With the Guru of Life, Melchior. And he's like, who the heck are you? Because he hasn't met us yet. Timey-wimey stuff.
I know we've got a nice number at 65 right now, but I'm seeing some interesting math in chat right now, because I've heard this wonderful community is a nice friendly community, a nice number friendly community. We're about $335 away from nice 100, and that would in fact put us basically at getting the super boss fight. So make sure you're getting those donations in for nice 100. Or $404 away from nice. So I like this nice math, and honestly, because I've said nice way too many times, you know what I'm thinking, because I enjoy a little bit of nice. I would be cool with a nice food war chain. So that's $6.90. $69, just something nice. I like nice numbers, or simple numbers, or all that cool stuff. Exclamation point donate in chat. Keep those food wars coming, because again, Taco Bell is taking a commanding lead with their tacos totally being sandwiches. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Again, I'm an agent of chaos. Bear with me. But I want to see that super boss hit, so I would be cool for a nice train.
I cooked black bean and rice burrito mix earlier today that I normally make, and it turned out a lot spicier than I expected, because like I had some really strong jalapenos. There were only 2, but they were strong enough that they like actually, like, you could feel it in your nose and everything. They were very strong. So it was pretty spicy, but it was very flavorful.
Nice.
So yeah, with that nice train, what are you thinking? 313.13 gives enough time for chat to get ready to put those donations to Trans Lifeline. We can get this final push to the super boss fight. How's that sound, friends?
I think you want to see it.
I totally think they should see it. They want to see it, because it is a cool fight.
And we're taking this optional fight versus 6 news. This fight rewards a speed capsule and a magic capsule. The magic capsule isn't that necessary.
But we like our speed capsules.
Yeah, the speed capsule is very important.
And you get 90 tech points out of it, too.
Yeah, the 90 tech points are the main reason why I didn't do the fight earlier. Like
Oh, this
the
is
fight
when you
earlier I
wanna
was talking
duplicate
about.
on, yeah.
Yeah, this is a big dupe for both Ale and Robo. Their tech point for like each tech is like the same like number, and in this route their attacks are basically lined up to learn at the same time. So it's they're just gonna be learning techs at the same time.
Nice.
Honestly, what's nice is the super boss just jumped. We are at $375.
All right.
Yeah, apparently we do have some nice fans in chat. We have Ian Keith donating $6.99. Nice. Comment, some Domino's also sounds nice right about now. I agree.
Oh.
We also have another $6.90 donation from Sir, This is a Wendy's with a comment. But I gotta say, who here loves Cookout? So let's keep those donations coming. Again, remember, 31313. I want to see that nice train for that super boss fight. We can push it to the finale.
All right, let's go.
That city of Kajar has another speed capsule, so I ventured there. At this point, I could have gotten it earlier so I can heal after that previous fight, so I can be set up for this upcoming boss.
Oh yeah, because we don't need to talk to the plant lady, do we?
We do not. I'm gonna skip right on by. The plant lady here opens a side quest, and the side quest I'm not going to be doing. It's the big background one for Luca. So I don't think this fight's very straightforward. I can explain it.
Okay.
Dalton counters everything you do and has high evasion. So I'm going to be using Falcon Strike twice and this move Spin Kick that I just learned twice. I need to damage him 4 times, and I need to make sure that everybody stays alive at the end of the fight. Because he counters by having your HP. And yeah, if you use like regular attacks and not double attacks, you might miss because he has higher evasion. It's not as much as the Rebels, I think, but you don't want to miss and get countered by that attack. It just wastes time.
Yeah, and then he burps at the end and it doesn't AoE damage. Now, Chrono doesn't necessarily need to live there, does he?
He doesn't. It's just, I think it's a little just not worth like worrying about that. Do you want to go over board for just a little bit?
Sure. So we unlocked the Guru of Life, and like I said, he didn't know who we were, but Scala showed up, and she was going to try to cooperate with us on figuring out what was going on with her mother, the Queen, who's kind of gone nuts with the Mammoth Machine, and worshiping Lavos and his power, and so. Unfortunately, Dalton came back, and he is kind of this interesting character, but a villain. And he captured Scala and took her with him up to the palace. And so that's where you saw us go all the way up to the palace as we make it a couple stops. And then we fought Dalton. He was kind of complaining about having to babysit instead of going to the new Ocean Palace. And so anyways, we fought him. He went down to the Ocean Palace, and so we followed him into the Ocean Palace. So we're here now and gonna go down. And what Melchior has said, he gave us something called the Ruby Knife, and he said if we throw this into the Mammoth Machine, it will be destroyed. And so that's our goal right now, is to go down the Ocean Palace and throw the ruby knife into the man machine. Along the way, we'll take some fights, and I think we'll probably skip some fights as well on the way. Oh, I think we're going to do a mini grind on the elevator, aren't we?
Yeah, we're doing a mini grind on the elevator.
I hear a mini grind, and I am going to cut in and say we are getting close to the start of that nice train. So remember, 3 hours, 13 minutes, 13 seconds. Let's start boarding that nice train and push us to the finale, which would be that super boss fight. And chat, we've been blowing up with this. It is already at $435 of $750, so it is absolutely within striking range within the last hour. We had Naki for donating $60 to Trans Lifeline, saying, "Hey Fox, so excited to see you absolutely crushing on Fastest First this weekend. It's always awesome to see your passion for games. From hearing you credited on the GDQ couch for those 3DS strats ages ago to optimal routing ideas you drop, we're in the comm booth for Majora's Mask Rando. Most of all, it's always awesome to hang out with you, whether it's at FWA or Denver or running furled seeds online. You always bring the best energy. I'd like to think our synergy is a dual tech. Winky face with the tongue sticking out. Okay, here's to a killer run and many more Pokeballs. Good luck and have fun.
Thank you, Naki.
And we go for it.
That's the multi-world is actually like this group randomizer, like group multi-world for randomizer community that I helped start this year, and it's just for like me and my friends and all of us are furs, so a lot of us are involved with Fastest Furs anyway.
Nice.
And we are seconds away from that train taking off. I'm going to cut in with Silent SR donating $25 to the Super Boss fight, saying, "Do Wendy's and Arby's have Baja Blast? Didn't think so. Let's see that Super Boss." And again, make sure you are putting your donation towards the incentive, specifically towards that incentive. If you don't put it to the incentive, we don't get to see that Super Boss. And we are at, as soon as my internet decides to stop interneting, at 445 out of 13. We can do this, but exclamation point donate and get that train going to the station.
So yeah, this mini grind is just a total of 4 fights before I do the mandatory fights here on the elevator. It's so for the end of this, I'm gonna get a massive tech duplication again. I'm really abusing tech point duplication at this point, and this is another one where I really want to get one.
In the meantime, we had lots of love come in for that Super Boss fight, so the train is going. $30 from Queedy, who says, "Chat, it's a brand new ending." Also, Raising Cane's just entered the octagon. Ooh, we're throwing blows now. All right. I will note that in my log in a second. Thank you so much. we're pulling out the good ones. Ramsey Fox with another $30 saying, "Day 2 donation for one of my all-time favorites. Have fun storming the lavos." I see what you did there. I love it. Thank you so much. And we love this. We had $69 come in from Nice. Oh, nice. with the comment, 10 tickets to the Nice train. Nice. Thank you for donating to Trans Lifeline. That went towards the Super Boss fight. So that puts us at $574.13 out of 750. Chat, we are getting so close. We are less than $200. See, all it takes is a little bit of a nice train and some food wars thrown in there. And Raising Cane's, I need to write that down still. Again, we can do this, but we are running out of time. So make sure you are getting those donations in towards the Super Boss fight. We can do it, chat!
So close. Keep it
It's
coming.
so close! Let's see here. Ooh, we have another. Ooh, okay. We're pulling out some really unique ones. $10 coming in from Blaze saying, if we're talking fast food, I have to shout out the Filipino fast food chain Jollibee. I just wish there was one somewhere near me. Facts. Thank you so much for that, Blaze.
Classic.
And we have, oh,
I had to just double check. I wasn't sure if I did 4 or not. Just was eluding my mind, but I'm good to go.
For the grind fights?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
we also have a no comment, no problem from Oat, who donates $23 to Trans Lifeline. Thank you so much. And again, let's keep pushing that train down the tracks to that Super Boss fight. Again, we are less than 200. We can do this, but we need to do it now. Fox is absolutely tearing through this run, and quite literally, even though we're time travelers, we're running out of time. Time is getting hard to come by at this point, so...
Yeah, I'm gonna just say, once we get to Magus and once we can start flying around, it's 15 minutes to the final fights.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
It's the final fights are gonna come way faster than people think. It's just some cleanup and doing one.
もう最新部まで来たところで、
You heard Fox, and again, this Super Boss fight gives
EST 的にもあと1時間で終了と
So if you haven't played this version of
いう感じになりました
you're
ね。
going to experience an ending you haven't seen before. So make sure you are donating right now. We don't want to wait till the end because, like Fox said, once we get in the air, we go zoom. We're already going zoom, but we just add a second zoom to it.
なんかさっき見た気がするな。
Explain this fight because this
増え
fight
た。
can go really well or it can be very scary.
Yeah, true. All right, so first off, we're going to hope Chrono gets first ATB, right? Because we're going to do Lightning 2. And the idea here is to immediately switch them from their physical attacks to mimic your lightning attacks. And all that does is pause things for a sec so that we can get a boogie off with Ayla and Robo, and that will completely stop them where they can't do anything. And so while they're stopped, we're gonna just Falcon Strike the heck out of them, and they shouldn't wake up before we hit them like 5 times, basically. And we might do, I don't know if we need to do any healing or not.
We don't.
So yeah,
Robo
pretty-
didn't get hit twice, so and Robo or Ayla didn't get hit twice.
Nice. So yeah, it's funny because this fight as a kid is just another one of those like, oh my gosh, how do you beat these? Because they just sit there and just start owning you and mimicking your stuff. But yeah, all you had to do was stop them. It brings me back to my favorite 2-word phrase for it's the solution to everything. It's just stop it. GG.
We learned some very powerful text right there. One of which is Tailspin, but it's not going to be used in this run. The other is Rapid Fire Fist, which is known as Uzi Punch for the SNES version, which allows me to use the double tech of Beast Toss. And Beast Toss is a very powerful double tech. It's one of the most powerful in the game. And it's gonna be used for like a few fights, and that's why I've been like using Robo from this time. And I apologize, I meant to mention but I didn't really like say. But after Mudimp, I wasn't gonna. That was the last fight I was using Luca in, so Luca's not gonna be in any other fights for us to run, or rather Tails.
Sorry, Tails.
Probably go over the lore here. But...
Yeah, so we make it all the way down to the bottom of the Ocean Palace, and we throw that ruby knife into the Mammoth machine, and then we see it like turn into the Masamune. That's kind of weird. But anyways, it doesn't destroy the Mammoth machine. Something happens in it, and it calls forth Lavos, and then we're in big trouble.
Also, if anybody's not aware, max HP is 999. So, it is possible to beat the game here. I thought about doing it for like an actual run, but the problem isn't the fact that you have to do this. You have to do this, and then you have to deal with the inner Lavos fight, the second stage of the fight, the hard version. And so like those fights that when we talked about like those grind routes where you grind in like the Tyranno lair, you have to deal with a really hard version of the inner Lavos fight. Because nobody can like tank the laser, like this opening attack that fight does, and so you'd have to do that fight, and then after doing the Ocean Palace Lavos fight, and so it's just like no.
Yeah, it's pretty tough, especially for a speed run. So anyways, what happens is Magus shows up. It turns out he was the prophet all along. We never knew. And he tries to take out Lavos, but he's just no good at that. And the queen kind of jumps on Lavos and says, "This is my Lavos," and is worshiping him. And Chrono steps up to try to stop her. And Lavos, unfortunately, takes out Chrono or Chojo.
To give a quick numbers update, just so you're aware, friends, we are exactly like $169 away from 7K, and we are $170.87 away from this super boss fight. So when I say if we hit 7K, we get the super boss. And again, we don't have time. We need to hit this now. So let's get that 100 and nice in right now. Again, ! Donate in chat. I see that in there right now. Awesome job, best friends over there. Toolbox, I want to throw in 10 donated $5 because we're pulling out all the stops here with our fast food places. Secret foreign option, the Japanese beef bowl chain Yoshinoya. Hello again, Japanese restream, by the way. Thank you for that donation, Trans Lifeline Toolbox. Again, friends, we are running out of time, so let's get those nice donations in right now.
なんか先ほどからタコベルとかジャリビーとかなんかチェーン店っぽい名前がよくドネート文読まれてますが、どうやら吉野家が好きな人がいるみたいなのかな。私はすき家の方が好きですね。
I believe Scala sends everybody out through, like, teleports everybody out to safety. But we're all, at this point, we're all just shocked that Chojo is dead.
Matsuya もいいですね。も 松屋、
Question is, in your first playthroughs, did you
近く
revive
に
him
カ
or
ツヤ
not?
があるから、カ
Because
ツヤに行
I
っちゃうんですよね。
kind of didn't realize you could.
Oh, really?
I totally
Oh,
missed
man.
that.
さて、
My first playthrough, I was like, "Are you kidding me? I spent so much time on Chrono." And I was like, then I like looked up everywhere, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, you can get him back!" And then that was my singular most important thing to do at that point.
I had the same "Are you kidding me" reaction when someone was like, "Wait,
主人公、 でいい
you
のかな、
left him
黒野くんって。
gone?" I'm like, "Wait, what?"
消滅したままゲームは進んでいくようですね。ビンが多いですよね、好きや。
There I bought Rugen, and I went and bought a lot of high potions. I bought quite a bit, but it's just a extra just in case. But I swapped the party order to this specific order for the party because it's going to allow me to do something kind of cute in this upcoming area. And if you want to go over lore for a little bit, we got some time.
Sure. So yeah, so we wake up and they say, "Hey, your ship is here. It somehow survived, and but no sign of Chrono or Chojo. And so here's the pendant. And so you kind of have to pick your party from here. And so you go into the main village area there and talk to the elder, and then Dalton shows up, and he basically kidnaps you. You have no way around that, and then you find yourself with no weapons, no items, and so you're stuck.
さて、残り1時間ぐらいというところで、ビットの多分裏ボスなのかな、裏ボス戦をやるっていうのが、今目標額が750ドルに対し579ドルほど集まっております。もうそうこうしないうちに達成しちゃいそうですね。
The other two party members we can use can actually use weapons versus Ayla just uses her fist. Fun fact about this little fight: if they're in this order, Ayla can take out the one on the left, and then the other two can't actually get over to Ayla to attack her, and so she just kind of is free to just attack them at leisure. So yeah, so here we've gotten our inventory, and then we're gonna move on, and it's gonna ask you a question. You didn't get all your stuff, and we're like, it's fine, and we continue. Another reason to spend a lot of money before we left, because then we're not gonna get our gold back.
Yeah,
色違い。
the money specifically you need to go for, but it returns you all your items once you beat the area.
Yeah, so you get your equipment back. We're using temporary equipment until then for these next two fights. All right, and this golem it basically doesn't do anything. I just sit here and like look menacing and have a countdown, and then at the end it'll say, "I'm scared," and it turns out it's afraid of heights.
And it will just run away. Say it.
At that point, where does it run away to?
All right, so then Dalton does some fourth wall breaking here, and then it turns out he put wings on our time machine. I don't think he even knows it's a time machine. He's just like, "This is a cool ship, man." And he also put weapons on it. We're only going to see them used twice. This is the first time.
You know, for being weapons on a ship, they didn't look that threatening.
Yeah.
And we just step out of the way of them.
It's time to show how much damage Beast Toss is gonna do.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna
great.
throw Dalton up with the Ayla's Boulder Toss. Does about 800. And here's how much Beast Toss is gonna do.
Ah,
2,000. And it takes him out.
I hear takeout and well, I should say Ian Keith heard takeout and donated $6.90. Nice. Did I miss the train? Sorry, my order at Zaxby's took forever because they're not open right now, and I had to give them sad puppy dog eyes. Except I'm not a puppy; I'm an amp wave, so it's really hard. Again, like Fox said earlier, now that we have wings, we're going zooming.
Yep.
So we can still hit this incentive. We are getting super, super close. We are at $586.03 out of $750. We can do this! Exclamation point donate, and we can get that awesome, awesome Dream Devourer fight, which is, you don't want to miss it. It is such a cool fight to watch. And it's so hard. And Fox makes it look so easy.
便利ですね。
Let's go, Chad.
TF
Do it.
ボックスくんは。
Just gonna make one quick safety save. But so here we go to the North Cape. And look, it's Magus. And you want to go over Magus's backstory?
Yeah, so here we get to find out who Magus is. Where did he come from, right? Because we did meet a little boy named Janus in the Kingdom of Zeal, Scala's little brother. And he said that actually one of us was going to die, and lo and behold, Chrono or Jojo died. So anyways, he tells us here that this is what happened in the original timeline before we meddled. And where the queen summoned Lavos, and then all the gurus were sent to different times, and Janus got sucked in as well. And so we'll see each of the gurus show up. Melchior, where he is, where we know he is. Gaspar at the end of time, and then the other one at in the future, Balthazar. And then Janus shows up in 600 AD, where Ozzy finds him, and we're like, wait a minute, you, Magus, were that boy. And so it turns out Ozzy kind of raised him, and he kind of became the leader of the mystics.
Taking it slow, so make sure I don't fight him and have to sit through that cutscene again.
Yeah. So yeah, there's a choice here where you can actually choose to fight Magus, because you know he's kind of a shrewd dude.
And yeah, we need his name.
Oh yeah,
I completely forgot to cut it off.
Double check here, refresh. Oh man, my
は、
computer is
この
kind of
方
lost
のお
in
名
time
前
portal.
が、ザ・ボーイかな。
Are looks like potentially getting a last minute donation for aha. I see it got sniped by, if my mental math is doing correct stuff.
あ、違う。
66 cents for
ウェンディーズになってる。
Wendy's.
Wendy's.
ウェンディーズ。ウェンディーズだね。
I have to remove
ウェンディーズが選ばれました。
apostrophe there though, unfortunately.
That worked.
あれかな。ベーコネーター作ってるのかな、この人。
I'm not gonna
ベーコネーター食べてる魔王。
Wendy's in the party just yet. So we're gonna still use Robo
ウィンディーズ
for
が、いつの間にか14ドルで巻き返しましたね。でもウェンディーズちょっと表記流礼してるのが
in the what do we call the epoch? Oh, the
な
wafer
かなか
epochs. And
シュールでしたね。
and we're like, we've gotta. There has to be a way to res Chrono or find Chrono. We gotta figure it out.
供給量含めると15ドル入ってますね。
And when
Wendy's.
we do so, we see the Ocean Palace rise out of the sea.
みんなベーコネーターが食べたいのかな。
And we will not be visiting the Black Omen in this run, but it is a very fun dungeon to go to in other casual and other speedruns.
The equivalent of Camelot. Tis a silly place.
Also, there's a on the side for this version of the game. It shows at the same time this area that these portals that open were to the bonus area, the Lost Sanctum. But I'm not gonna go to either of those places. I got a couple item pickups and a couple of areas.
ウェンディーズを仲間に連れて
So I'm first gonna venture to get a speed capsule that's near Guardian Capsule.
WF フォックス号で利用していきますね。
I need to cut in here real quickly because we just
これでとりあえず名前のビットはすべて
donated for Trans Lifeline $100. It's
終わ
specifically
り
to
ましたか
that
ね。あとは
super boss fight with the comment. I just realized I forgot to get food. LOL.
裏ボス戦かな。
Thank you for that super generous donation. And also, we just got
あれ
$250 from TK Wolf saying I actually played Chrono Cross before I played Chrono
あれ
Trigger on the DS.
さっき見たときはまだ達成してなかったのに、これ
So much.
裏ボス戦も達成しましたね。
Lots of love to the whole fastest first community.
なんかちょっと
Trans rights less
ちょっ
than
と未来うちに
with those two
多分つい
donations,
さっき
Fox,
なんか
I hope you've been
400ドルぐらい
because you're
入ったっ
gonna be
ぽ
doing
く
it.
て、現在936ドルで達成しましたね。はい。
After the run's over.
Awesome.
We hit that. We're already getting close to 7,200. So thank you all so much. Pop off in chat. You all are super generous. Thank you so much.
So awesome.
So here we're doing the Ozzy's Fort side quests. For the most part, we're not like finishing the entire thing, but this side quest has the most payout for like.
裏ボスとは言ったけど、名称をちゃんと調べておきますね。
Oh, I love this one.
夢食い
If you haven't
ってや
seen this
つなのかな。
cutscene, like in a while, it's always funny to rewatch it.
あ、そうですね。言われてます。夢食いをやるそうです。
And the music like literally cuts out.
ちなみにウェンディーズは日本だとあれですね。ファーストキッチンを
But we have some reflex
買収して、
actually,
ウィンディーズファーストキッチンって名前で出してるところですね。
I just use one cat attack and then a beast toss, and we'll end the fight.
Yeah, and in general, Slash 2 and Flea 2 are kind of pushovers compared to their original forms.
EST 的にはあと
Really quickly,
20
wanted to
分ちょっ
mention
と
just
ぐら
all
い
the
です
love
かね。
that's been coming in for Trans Lifeline. It hasn't been stated enough.
ちょっとかちょっとしないか。
How amazing Trans Lifeline is. It's a crisis and peer support hotline run by trans people for trans and questioning callers. Calls Trans Lifeline are completely anonymous, confidential, and use informed consent when connecting to resources outside of the hotline. Operating both the US and Canada, Trans Lifeline needs our help to meet the ongoing demand for their services. And we hope you consider joining us in supporting their life-saving work by using the command exclamation point donate in chat, and you have been, so thank you for that. If you want some more information, head over to www.translifeline.org. I want to give that quick shout out there because you all have been donating towards such an amazing cause and absolutely trans rights. So thank you again so much for all of your work.
You
and
want to
your
explain
super
this
generous
fight,
donations.
Erica?
Heck yeah. All right, so the Aussie trio, we gotta fight them all together here. And are we just gonna beast toss? Yeah, we're just gonna beast toss, right?
Yeah, I confused Flea with Rouge, actually. And that prevents counterattacks. So I'm able to KO Slash here. And then I can just attack Aussie to end the fight. It's very much cheese that you can confuse Flea, and Flea is vulnerable to it.
Oh yeah, then you twin charm.
Yeah, I charmed that accessory, the Flea Bustier. It is plus 12 magic defense. And I haven't talked about magic defense, but I will do so now. Magic defense is one of the most important stats in this game. You might recognize that being a thing casually. A lot of like endgame fights, especially with the final bosses, they hit really hard with both physical and magical damage. But after that fight, I picked up a couple of chests. One has a speed ring, boosts speed by 3 points for an accessory. It's really good, very useful. Clarity cap. Some of them, 2 out of 3 of Magus's doom and gloom equipment, and then a magic capsule, and I just failed. I don't want to do that yet. Just got a menu here that I gotta sort out. That's good. That'll speed 3. Okay. So now that I did that side quest, we're venturing here. This is like a major grind that I'm about to do. I'm going to do a fight in here 17 times, and this is to learn a specific tech called Dino Tail, which will be extremely important for the final fights. I forgot to do one thing in that menu, which was use these speed capsules.
Yeah, Dino Tail is Ayla's special. Is that it's her ultimate single ability, isn't it?
It's her second to last ability. It is a desperation attack, which does higher damage the lower HP you have.
Yeah, so as long as Amy has really low health, she'll do a ton of damage with it to all targets.
Thankfully, with Wendy's here, this fight is like extremely fast, and this grind's not going to take us like nearly that much time.
Probably a good time for some donations, though.
Yes.
Well, what I do have, there have been 2 new incentives that have opened up for tomorrow's runs.
Oh.
We have for the new Pokemon Snap Run, for a target of $500 towards Trans Lifeline, we can add the Steelix Illumina spot. So definitely, if you want to see that added to new Pokemon Snap, words are hard. Make sure you put your donations towards that incentive. Also, we have a wonderful bid war that it is the quintessential bid war for Cat Quest 2, cats versus dogs. Straight up, knock down, drag out fight. You have two options, one being cat, one being dog. Who will reign supreme? We'll find out in the next episode of Cat Quest 2. But the runner needs to know what you think is the superior creature. As I have two dogs behind me, I'm a little biased. Furry friends are awesome, but yeah, I think my dogs would probably riot on their 2-inch long legs because they're corgis and tiny and ottomans. But yes, put your donations towards one of those bid wars if you so choose. ! Donate in chat and keep going with all of that love so far. You've all been super, super generous, and we cannot
多
thank you
分、
enough.
奏者さんからいただいたテキストにあった、ラスボスを、安定して倒すための準備をしているんだと思います。
I just want to keep that clear. Because this is honestly very precisely routed.
多分。
But if there's like any like
でも、
bugs or any like
ウェンディーズを仲間にするとこまで進行して準備をするって話だったんで、多分、
No problem.
今やってるのがそれだと思います。そうですね、レベリングも兼ねてるのかも。
Those of you specifically in Seattle, Washington, if you have been watching Fast First Fall Fest 2025 from the beautiful city of Seattle, Washington, or the area surrounding it, we got a pretty fun idea for you. Our friends at Slightly Furry Beverage Company are actually hosting a Fall Fest 2025 watch party and donation drive at their tap room this weekend during their normal operating hours. You can even watch the Fall Fest in person and enjoy a great assortment of drinks and
なんか、
snacks.
大元というか、クラシックな 2% のルートだと、
Special bonus. Our planned
もっ
run
と大規模なレベル上げを必要となる上で、安定して勝利できる状態じゃないそうだったので、このルートだったら大丈夫らしいです。ちょっと詳細の方は難しい、ちょっとわからないですが。
Just head over to slightlyfurry.com. That is going to be a super cool run to see.
まあこういうイベントで安定してプレイっていうか、披露できるようなルートを取ってるそうです。
And then also, for those of you interested in, taking part in these events, big question people ask all the time is just, I run game. How do I get involved by running game? Well, we got you. The Team Fastest First Community Showcase Series features talented members of the Fastest First community on our channel throughout the year. So if you have a speedrun or showcase that you'd like to submit for consideration, best friends in chat, please
まあどうしてもね、乱数っていうのはなかなか厳しいものがありますからね。特に DS 版は乱数調整ができないそうなので、余計にちゃんと安定したルートにしないと、こういう場だと厳しいのはあるのかもしれないですね。
We would love to see those showcases, so definitely check that out. And that is a great way to honestly start getting involved in speedrun marathons. I know that's how I started. I did like a community showcase, and now nobody can get rid of me. Well, how did you two start in the whole speedrunning marathon awesomeness? Out of curiosity.
Actually, somewhat of the same way I did now. I would playing on 3DS. That's how I really first got into it. I'm holding a 3DS in my hands, and I'm
ウェンディーズのレベルが上がったちょっと面白いな。
So
味のクオリティが上がってるのかな。
It really
それ
started
とも
with the 3DS and
かな。
I
店舗清
originally
掃が
started like
行き届いているのかな。
I was heavily involved with Ocarina of Time 3D speedruns for a very long time.
This is so cool.
What was
as
your
well
first
as
marathon run, Fox?
my first marathon run.
サービスの
It actually might have
質
been
も
with
向上してるかも
like
しれ
Blue
ない。
Here. I was always like on
ス
the
マイルが
back.
0になってるかも。ああ、いや、
This
それ
should
は
be the
別
left
の
way, I
ファスト
think.
フードです。
Yeah.
ベーコネーター食べたくなってきた。
But like I like originally was just like always like behind the scenes doing stuff. And so it really just started with that.
Awesome.
So
Nice.
Jerry, how about you?
I started out speedrunning Chrono Trigger. Actually, it was my first ever speedrun, and I got addicted to it. And so then I started being like, well, where can I showcase this? And I started doing really kind of smaller marathon runs, a bunch. So my first year, I think I did like 10 marathon runs in my first year speedrunning.
Wow.
And just smaller marathon runs, just raising funds for small things and having fun with it. And then the last couple of years, I've slowed down a little bit, and I also run like 9 games now, and so I'm just trying to like get better at the games and not just always showcasing. And yeah, so yeah, it's a thing, and doing a lot of marathon runs, but not as many as before.
I should also mention, like, I've always been big on routing. I've made like massive contributions to runs that a lot of people may have seen with like Zelda games before going to this. I have to be careful here. You can actually grab that chest, leave before you get the item, and the chest is gone. I did that on accident in practice, and I'm never doing that again.
Oh no.
That contains a white plate, which is a really nice safety piece of equipment. I believe I did Ocarina of Time 3D for one of the fastest first events in the past.
And I'd say with both of you too, just I've started dabbling in RPG speedruns, and just with how much knowledge you have to memorize for all of these, whether you're actively routing or just trying to learn a route, the fact that you two and all the RPG speedrunners can just crank out runs, it is wildly impressive. I just with, again, being able to route it, anything, Fox, I tip my headphones to you. Jerry, the fact that you can bust out speed runs so quickly, I tip my hat to you too.
Yeah, that was the last menu, and we're heading to the final flights.
Ah!
Oh boy.
I'm all ready for it. So the equipment setup, the speed setup, and all the text and everything are to really handle both the first, like, because it's a 2-stage final boss. The first
いよいよ
stage just
ラスボス
has a
戦ですかね。
turn one
ラスボスの
very
ラボス戦。
hard-hitting attack. It's just laser. It's literally called laser beams. And if you don't have the magic defense for it, you're not gonna survive. Dealing with the 2 arms is a really big issue. And so the first stage of the fight, this first fight was versus Interlavos. I'm gonna have to deal with that, and I'm gonna have to be silent during that first part of the fight, because I really don't want to bleed ATB, because this game has ATB and everything. In the second phase of the fight, there's random it's the final form of Lavos that we fight, and that fight, what the center does at the start of the fight, there are 3 parts. and the center does something completely random. So, out of like 4 options, and the setup on Magus is to be able to handle all options and not have to worry about wiping. So I'm going to go silent from this point. If you
No
want to
worries.
just give it like a little bit of an overview.
Yeah. So yeah, basic strat here is we're gonna keep we're gonna haste Magus, and I mean the basic strat is we're gonna get some haste going, and we're gonna use Dino Tail. We need to take out the arms, or otherwise we keep getting this laser beam issue,
じゃあ、
as well as
ウィンディーズが頑張る。
the scythe things he'll throw out as well. And so right away, Magus is the only one who can survive the laser beams right now, and so he'll heal up, he'll do some rezzing, and we're just gonna try to get to a point where we can get hasted, and we can start taking out the arms. The right arm has more hit points than the left, which makes this kind of annoying, because if you take one of the arms out first, the other one will suddenly heal the body for a second, and then its next turn will make a random one of the people in the party will end up with status effects no longer locked out, basically. So yeah, so there's a little bit of an art of counting hit points here and making sure that the final hit to the arms will kill both the arms. And so you'll probably see Magus doing some damage to the right arm. Ayla will do damage, Dino Tail to both arms as we go. And yeah, there's a timing to this as well. So there's like the scythe, laser beams, scythe, laser beams. Once the arms are dead, there's less of an issue there. But it does take a bit to take out the arms with this strat. But as you can see, since Ayla was taken out and we rezzed her, she's got really low health, and so she is just going ham with Dino Tail, doing some pretty good damage. And then Magus is using a Dark Bomb, I believe, on the right arm.
I had to wait. So Magus got his turn.
Oh yeah. Got a barrier up on Magus as well to help with magic damage. Both arms are dead. Good job. So next we'll get a Dark Will, which if you have status effect, if you don't have status effect immunity, that will cause like chaos. And also because Marley and Ayla were low health, they're going down. But now the body is open for business, and so we can take it out. Now Magus has this fun thing called the Doom Scythe, and it's a special scythe that if your party member, for every party member that dies, the damage of that weapon goes up. And so it's an incentive to kill off the rest of the party members to make Magus do more damage.
Yeah, the fight is safe from this point.
And so because of Magus's barrier and equipment, he's in pretty good shape here, and he can just own it up with the damage for the rest of the fight. It's like 20k hit points, I think, for the body. All right. Something like that. Yeah, so we will just attack until this part is done. The hard part there is the arms, because they can do so much, and the timing is pretty quick.
まあずっとそうなんですけど、
You made the arms portion of this look
タッ
incredible.
チ操作ゆえか、技の選択が早いっすね。
Right. The the final countdown.
さあ、最終形態
So
で
yeah,
いいん
so
です
this
ね。
part of Lavos ends up having instead of 2 arms, it will
ラ
have
ボ
2
ス
bits.
コア。
And the left bit can only be affected by physical, I believe. And the right bit has a special defense, and so it can barely take any damage until it sets its defense down. And its defense won't go down until it starts trying to revive the left bit or the middle bit. The middle bit is the problem. Like the middle bit causes all kinds of problems. The bits can like attack and do some things, but they're kind of more of an annoyance. The middle one is the one that can do some major attacks. So what can happen here is we have different time periods. So right now there hasn't been a time period shown yet or picked yet. And so once a time period gets picked, I think this is 1000 AD. If it can pick, then the middle can start doing things. But in the meantime,
あ、真ん中のでかいやつに
the
攻
right
撃
bit
を
says, "Hey, my
与えてま
defense
す
is
ね。
down." We just start going ham on that thing too. And you saw we took out the left bit, so that's bound to happen soon after that.
They were working on or taking out that right bit. JD Puppy had wanted to give some comments for the cat versus dog bid war. $5 saying, "Bark! Let's get canine representation in Cat Quest." Thank you for that, JD Puppy.
Nice. All right, we just got Demon Star, which is really nice. This is why we like 1000 AD, which is the era we were getting here. Because Demon Star just halves your HP, and in our case, that actually helps Ayla a little bit, brings her health down even more. So yeah, in the meantime, we're popping ethers on, high ethers probably on Ayla as well, just to keep
Those
her
potions.
going. Oh, it's potion? And then you've got to keep her MP up as well as we
Ah.
do this for Diamond.
取り巻きが復活していく。やっぱ本体を倒さないと。
She has the gold earring.
Oh, so she has max health then.
Good. All right. Fight safe from here.
で、
The center is going to
絶
go
対攻
down
撃を使って、
Gotcha.
at the exact time I want. And so
いろい
now
ろ
I
倒して
just need to
あれ
kill the one on
真ん
the
中を
right.
倒しても終わりじゃないだって。
Nice. So yeah, once the middle is taken out, like it doesn't. If the left and middle are gone,
まあでも
it don't
十
do
分
much. And so it's just the only thing the right one really does is
右側の本体にもダメージは入ってきてはいるはずなん
the
で、
thing about this fight is
この
that
まま押し切る感じなんですかね。
that you think that the middle is the boss, but the right bit is the actual boss, the hidden boss.
を倒すのはやっぱり
Lost a little bit of
普通に
HP, I
攻撃
think,
が
but
痛いから
fine. I might get the
倒せるうちに
resurrection
倒して
Yeah, having just
Again.
1000 AD is like a really nice RNG.
この恐竜って技で
But
全体で攻
the
撃し
thing
な
is
がら
haste to
本
allow
体
them
を
to
削
get
りつつ
way more
真ん中
turns.
倒して
It's really
攻撃
important.
をしばらく受けない状態で本体の右のやつを倒すって感じなんですかね。
If you're doing a speed run with Chrono, like revived, does this party still stay as it is?
It depends on the route. The 100% route actually uses Luca Ayla or Luca Magus Robo because their triple tech is a Mega Flare and we get it up to like 5,000 damage, and so it's just a nice clean
Or,
fight. Couple
or
fights.
if you do my all run where I do all bosses, I do Frog Flare and that does 6,000.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
So yeah, there's a lot of different ways to do it, but Chrono usually doesn't play a part. There isn't any percent where Chrono is here instead of Magus, actually, believe it or not. believe it's Chronos and Magus.
I was routing all endings, and the party for like most Lavos fights is actually Chrono, Marley, Robo that I was going to use, because you kind of just need Chrono and Marley for 2 endings, and you can do this fight in like 3.5 minutes with Crisis Arm.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, and I'll-
get ready on time.
Oh yeah, that's coming up.
Time.
おー。
GG's.
GG.
はい、グッドゲームでした。
Uh,
4時間6分27秒という好タイムですね。
Yeah, 406.27.
で、まあ、ラスボスを撃破しましたが、この後ですね、DS 版の追加ボスがボスである、夢食いってボスを、ビット王で倒すことになりましたので、倒すというか挑むことになりましたので、
Yeah, it's a just my estimate was just in case like worst case scenarios happen, and I have to like redo some stuff. But generally, it shouldn't hit it. I do have to ask: did we hit the Dream Devourer incentive?
Oh, we absolutely hit the Dream Devourer.
Oh, okay. Instead of watching the ending, we can just go and do that right now. We don't know. So I'll just soft reset. I have a extra file here from my all bosses, like 100% like all bosses run. That's the first file that's right there, and so if just let me know if we have a timer ready for that. So we're just gonna load it right into that file in just a sec. Okay, I'll just do a countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
さあ、ここから
So
ブラボス戦ですね。
this file 1 was the one I had.
Good luck,
quickly
Chris.
like show off what this party has. These are some of these items I have are like post game like bonus equipment in this version, but they also have like all their text. So 45, 48,
この
46.
3人で挑むんですね。
So you get access to this fight through the bucket after you do this after you do those dimensional vortex areas. And so this is Magus. If you have Magus in your party, this is a different Magus. From,
Yeah.
So, and Magus is like shocked about it. So, he's here to deal with this enemy, and he didn't want to interfere.
Parallel Dimension Magus.
It's related to dimension stuff, which is meant to tie in with Chrono Cross, and this is the bonus final boss. This is the Dream Devourer, and Scala is on top of Lavos. So this ties in with Chrono Cross. So, yeah, I probably can't talk during this, but let's say that this fight is very specifically routed for me to um, handle it efficiently and with little healing, like as little healing as I can, but the damage is going to be kind of ridiculous.
Thanks for doing Frog Flare.
Frog Flare will never make me not chuckle. I forgot the giant frog dropped.
Yeah.
Yeah, feel free to join in on the fun with all the frogs in chat right now. Let's see some frog energy.
So there goes the first phase from 3 frog flares.
Nice.
I'm gonna lower its defense. I'm gonna throw a frog swash. Now it counters with this chaos zone attack. It knocked out frog. I'm gonna revive frog and heal up. It does that starfall attack. That's the reason I put protect on Luca, because otherwise that would one shot. And so it lowered its defense once, and it lowered its defense again. So I'm gonna use this double tech called drop down here. Look how much damage it's gonna do.
Nice.
And this counterattack hits so hard, I have to throw a Megalixir again. I'm gonna wait here for this attack, which also hits really hard. Throw this drop down attack again. Throw one more. And get ready on time. And time.
おお、早い。
Oh, GG.
思ったより早くいった。
That was a fast fight.
What?
Yeah, so that the boss's script is
鮮やかでした。
it's essentially like goes through a like a linear script of attacks. And yeah, it allows me to, but if you get knocked out, it changes its script and then it resets its script in the second phase of the fight. So I was able to get it to lower its defense twice and start dealing a real huge amount of damage.
Yeah, that was nice.
That boss has 32,000 HP. Lava's Core, the final fight, has 30,000. And the boss changes its defense a lot. I'm going to also mention that strategy is very tightly routed. Frog has to be on that specific level to have Frog Flare do that much damage right from the get-go. It's very tightly routed. But this gets you an ending where Maggot learns he can't save Shala. So he loses his memories. And so this ties in with Radical with the other games. in the Chrono series. So, that's it.
Absolutely amazing
GG's.
work. GG's.
So yeah,
はい、
I
ということ
do
で、
I
改
do
め
run
て
where
グ
I
ッド
can
ゲー
get
ムでご
all
ざいまし
the
た。
like those two side areas, Lost Sanctum and Dimensional Vortex, and so like that showcase comes directly from that run, and so I
これを
hope
も
to
ちましてですね、
significantly extend that run to
2
like
日、
really longathons.
と、
So fingers crossed I get in on that.
ファステスト
It's just too long for a
ファステ
lot
ス
of
トファーズ
marathons.
ファールフォー
Very
ス、
understandable.
フェス
So
ト
I just
2025はで
really
すね、
like
2日目
I
の
just thought it's a really interesting run.
全
Despite like casually, most people
ゲー
don't
ムを
like the
終了
Lost
しま
Sanctum
した。
area specifically, and justifiably
音声
so.
おそらく流れておりますが、
I
そうですね、
think
奏
it's
者さんとの
speed
音声の
run
兼ね合いもある
is
ので、ちょっとだいぶちっちゃくなってると思い
nearly
ま
as
す。
bad as one would think. It's kind of it actually like is a bit of a boon. You just get a bunch of really good equipment from it, and it allows you to like really handle a lot of fights a lot faster. It's really funny. So I'll probably be working on that because I want to potentially like go for my PB and that is my PB in any percent is 3:59:13, and my PB in that is 7 hours 35 minutes and some change. So
Yeah. It's a long one.
and then there's like other stuff I want to do. And then I might I heard some talk from like Ramsey Fox and chat about running the Evil's Chronicles Final Fantasy Tactics. I have definitely considered it myself. I don't know yet. Once I'm done with this game, I'll see what I'll do next. So, like my thing is, I really do enjoy routing and figuring things out, and that's definitely like one of those things that I like. I love figuring out stuff like that.
Yeah, and thank you both so much for that absolutely amazing run and commentary. Please let everybody watching know where can they find both of you? What are you currently up to as well?
For me, you can find me both on Twitch with the same handle, the Wayfaring Fox, as well as on Blue Sky with the same handle. And then that's really it. I also play randomizers, and I've been like really involved with randomizers for a while. I've definitely showcased some randomizers for Fastest Furs over the years.
Cool. Yeah, and I'm Jared Kandra on Twitch, and I run about 9 games, a lot of Final Fantasies, all the Chrono games. So yeah, come hang out and hang out for some cozy speedruns.
Yeah. And chat, one more time, Gigi said absolutely amazing Chrono Trigger run and dreamed of our Super Boss incentive that was met thanks to all of you. But with that, we are officially done for tonight, but the fun does not stop. We have, as a reminder, 2 donation incentives currently open right now. We can add the Steelix Illumina spot to our new Pokemon Snap run that's coming up tomorrow. And then also we have a cat versus dog bid war for Cat Quest 2. And right now, dog is in the lead. So if you'd like to see those, we are going to keep them open overnight. ! Donate in chat goes towards those incentives and bid wars. But again, thank you so much for donating today to Trans Lifeline, where we have currently raised
本家の方も締めに入っているようですし、なんとなくこちらもいくつかお話をさせていただきたいかなと思いますが、
at, let's see here, 10 a.m. Eastern, we're going to kick things off with some Echo the Oracle's Scroll Any Percent by Hepenwana. But in the meantime, we are going to be taking the fun over to a familiar friend of the community. So hope everyone had a good night, and we will see you tomorrow at Fastest Furs Fall Fest 2025.
はい、まずですね、画面の方に切り替わっちゃいましたね。じゃあ、ということで、以上、クロノトリガーでした。ではですね、3日目以降のご案内を軽くさせていただきたいと思います。
I was waiting to hear that.
まず、ここで配信ね、画面の方の切り替え終了しましたかね。はい、まず2日目から、3日目再開のお時間が、本日11日の、23時、23時、午後11時ですね。午後11時。で、走られるタイトルが、エコー・ザ・オラクルズ・スクロールというゲームですね。どうやらプレイディア、違うわ。プライディアではないわ。嘘つきました。なんでもないです。プレイデーとか、なんか、個人制作じゃない。なんだろうな。小規模で作られた、なんかゲーム機。なんだろうね。横にクランクがついてる。多分ゲームが好きな人は見たことがあるんじゃないかなっていうゲーム機で。やるゲームですね。そうですね。プレイディアはまた別のゲーム機です。失礼しました。結構イベントで見るのは珍しいので、と思うので、こちらもね、見ていただけたらなと思います。そして、23日、今日の23時以降は、10月30じゃないわ。10月13日の10時44分までぶっ続けで、配信します。休憩なしです。で、その間ですね、解説が入ってないタイトル、まだまだたくさんございます。ぜひね、解説のご応募の方をお願いしたいところなんですが、今貼ってもらったボットくんにも書いてあるとですね、ちょっとスタッフの数が心もとないというか、はっきり言って全く足りていません。そのためですね、解説応募される際は、最低でもその解説されるタイトルが始まる30分前、欲を言えばもう1時間以上前にご応募していただけると嬉しいです。解説来ない、ギリギリまで来ないの待ってってされると、我々すごいてんやわんやしてしまうので、できれば早めに。応募した後でですね、また応募が入ったらお話し合いなどをしていただいて、解説するかどうか決めていただくっていう形にも取れるので、迷ったらとりあえず応募していただけたらなと思います。ぜひ解説のご応募のご協力よろしくお願いします。ということで、じゃあ、以上をもちまして、2日目のファステストファーズファールフェスト2025を終了させてリストリームの方も終了させていただきたいと思います。ご視聴ありがとうございました。また23時にお会いしましょう。ごきげんよう。